Figaro, Figaro la. Bueno. All right. Looks like we've got everything going. I actually think I need to check on something real quick. Okay. Seems fine. So let's go ahead and close this. And let's check to make sure it doesn't look like my window capture audio. Oh, no, it is going. Hello. Yeah, let me know if you're not able to hear the video game audio at any point. I've been having a little trouble with that, with this game specifically. I don't know if it's the game. Um, Maybe because it's quite a bit more of a drag on my resources than some of the other games I've streamed. Maybe we're running into some issues there. I don't really know. So let me know how things go. I think we are like all the way filled up. So there's something that was a bit unexpected. This game, interesting. I'm running this game as a server. Oh, everything in these storages is empty. What is happening? Okay, well, there's a bunch of finished dough. Oh, no. Where's all my honey at? It should be in here. I think I may have broken it. I think that's probably what happened. Let's go check. Oh, all of the storages are empty. Nope, maybe not. What is happening? Oh, why is this empty? I think maybe somebody was doing some spring cleaning. Hey, what's up, Drippy Bun? Yo, this game is so good. Let me tell you. This game is called Romestead, Drippy Bun, and it's in a demo. Yeah, it is a demo. But honestly, the demo is better than a lot of full game releases that I've played by a significant margin. When this game comes out on its full launch, it's going to be the best game ever. Nope. I'm actually currently running a multiplayer server That's actually the server I'm on right now. If you look over here, I made another Steam account and downloaded the game. So this is also my character. And so there's no dedicated server architecture for the game right now, but I'm just leaving this character logged in 24/7. And so yesterday we had 7 people concurrently playing the game on my little server here, running on my extra laptop. So we've been having a hell of a time. Lots of people have been coming, hanging out, having fun. The devs have stopped by the stream a couple of times. The Discord mods have stopped by. They're super helpful, answering questions, taking suggestions. Just generally some wonderful people who are putting out just a wonderful game. It's been super fun to play. Yeah, absolutely. So the spare account that I made is called Survival Hermito, with the 2 O's. And so if you friend that account, you have to be friends on Steam to join the world. So you're welcome to friend that account, and I'll accept that friend. You're welcome to obviously play single player if you want, but if you want to come and hang out in the server, you're also welcome to do that. The demo is slated to be live until March 3rd. And then they've said that if there's a lot of people playing and having a good time, then they might just go ahead and extend the demo, potentially all the way up until it releases in early access. Yeah, sounds great. All right. So they're having a contest right now on the Discord. Oh God. Bacchio made another city. Trigolo. Oh my gosh. There's so many cities that have been made. This all happened while I was sleeping last night. This city right here got founded. And then this city got founded. I don't even know who made Trigolo. That's awesome. There's just people making stuff. This is great. Let's go check out Facchio's forest. Oh, look at this. This looks so good. Oh, and he's growing mushrooms. I thought you could only do this in swamps. That's awesome. No, there's no PvP in this game right now. There are, however, PvE raids. So, what can happen is the PvE enemies will come and like raid your cities. And so you build up defenses like these auto ballistas. And check this out. This is a catapult. And you literally pick up rocks from around the world and you stick them in these catapults. And then you can catapult the rocks and like hit the enemies. But this is what you get right here. And you put the rocks in here and load it up and then do it again. Hey, what's up, Invorsion? Boom. And so you can launch catapults at these guys. But beyond that, there's also a pot that you can get inside. So you can put a pot in here, and then a player can get inside it. And then you can yeet a player with the catapult inside of the pot. And then the pot shatters. And the player like pops out and fights. So just super fucking cool. They've thought of basically everything. You're going to join Invorsion? Nice. Am I already friended with you? Or do I need to friend you up? So this is a cool little city. Facchio is actually making some really cool cities. He's a much better builder and designer than I am. So I'm really enjoying the cities he's made. You friended me yesterday. Okay, awesome. Good deal. I'm gonna head to work now. I'll check it out when I get home. Yeah, I'll probably still be online when you get home. So definitely hit me up. I probably won't still be streaming, but I'll probably still be playing. Yeah, later, man. Have a great day. All right. Yeah, so this is a great town. Good job, Facchio. I love it. Let's go check out this other town. We've got Trigolo here. Okay, it doesn't look like this town's been built up a ton. But it's up in the north. Yeah. Okay. Dig it. Very nice. I wonder who built this. Looks like they're... Oh my gosh. How is my inventory full? What is going on in my life, dude? I hate it. Hey, we got a big old wall defending things here. I actually like this, using the black rock of the zone that we can't go into yet as like a defensive wall. That's pretty smart. So you only have to build walls on 3 sides. That's pretty brilliant. Bop. Good job to you, whoever made this city. Oh, wow, look at all these logs you got lying around. Nice. So much building materials. Oh, sweet. Little fire pits. Nice. You ought to put ballistas behind these. So move these fire pits out one, and then put ballistas behind them. Really mess stuff up. Be so good. Ooh, I won't break that. Not my town. Not mine to break. Okay. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and get ourselves teleported back to the main town. So something really interesting I discovered last night, and that is that you can make the defensive structures over here right next to the boss. And so you can put ballistas over here and then crack this egg and kill the boss. Something I want to do, so the boss will actually attack the ballistas first. So something I actually want to do is I want to move these ballistas because they're all too close right now, so they're all taking damage at the same time. But if I spread them out a little and then encircle them with some of these ground effect things, I think I could just annihilate this boss super fast. Oh, are you having a little trouble? So the same thing happened to me when I tried to get on Inversion. I had to like log in and log out a couple of times because it was struggling. I think part of the problem is actually that I've built this city way out here. I was testing some stuff yesterday. And so you can make a city as big as you want by leapfrogging the construction the like construction bench. And so if you leapfrog it, you can just keep building a city out and out and out. And so I ended up building the city. This is still technically part of this city down here. and I just kept leapfrogging and building. And the citizens can be placed all the way out here, and you can do like logistics and stuff all the way out here. And so I don't think that's actually intended, um, but it's a possibility. So I'm probably going to put in a bug report or something and let them know, like, hey, it's totally possible to just like brick your whole server by doing this. But I also started clearing out like the entire area. I want to clear everything in this plains biome, and I want to build this first city around this whole biome, um, and have little districts and all kinds of stuff. Just see how big we could make it. But it's going to be a little bit difficult to do. And so, because it's going to be a little bit difficult to do, okay, good, you got in. Fantastic. Yeah, the longer the server, I did reset the server just now, before I got on for this stream. So it should be in its best state right now. But the longer the server exists and the more structures and stuff get put in, the more cracks you start to see with some of the server stuff. Just doesn't quite want to keep working properly. But that's what these demos and these test phases and stuff are for, is to try and break shit as much as possible so that we can see, you know, like, hey, this is not necessarily working right. Maybe we should take another pass at it. I'm going to totally just dump tab this one again. It's probably going to piss off Facchio. Poor guy, always working his butt off. Trying to keep things organized. And I'm just over here dump tabbing. Hey, there he is. What's up? I wonder, do these have completely full inventories? No. But we're going to take these olives out because we need to feed our people. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah. Is there not a person working here? Oh, that might be the problem. We might not have people working in some of these buildings anymore. Because if we got raided, and if we failed the raid, some things might have gone a little wonky. Yeah, there's nobody in this farm right now. There's nobody in this quarry. There's nobody in this merchant building. There's nobody in the tanner. So let's go get some people. Goodness. And then let's check out if the logistics are broken. No, it looks like the logistics are still running. Oh, there's no fire in here. Where is flint rock located? There's flint in the storages, but if you look around, typically around the little bits of water, you'll find little like dark gray or black stones. If you pick those up or break them, they've got the flint inside. Yeah, but around little pools of water like this, really close to the city, you're going to have a really hard time finding it because a lot of people have gone around picking it up already. So it's going to be kind of a difficulty. But if you get out a little ways or teleport to one of the other cities, you'll probably have better chance. Okay, let's get clear in here. And then I'm also going to need some coal. So something I'll probably do, instead of looking for coal in this world, I might go ahead and make myself another world and then go get some of the close coal to the spawn point and then just not even save the world, and then bring the coal back. Because you can pillage other worlds and bring resources back to the world that you're in. So you don't necessarily have to limit yourself just to the resources you can find in this one world. So we're gonna colonize and pilfer an entire multiverse worth of resources. The only things you can't bring from other worlds are the resources that you have to like pick up and carry, like these stones. I can't bring these from other worlds, but because we have quarries, we can do that. The same thing is true of like the metals and stuff. But you can get quarries to get the metals. So that's not really a problem. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to clear this whole area out. And then I've got a bunch of bronze carts. And so I'm just going to drag the bronze carts out here and pick up all these resources and stack them up. And then we're going to use them to build. And I'm going to build this whole area, this whole like brownish area. I'm going to fill up and make this whole area our city for the contest. Because I'm crazy like that. Go crazy. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Every day's just a holiday. How do you use my pickaxe? You don't actually have to use the pickaxe. So your pickaxe and your regular axe just modify your main weapon damage. So you see, I'm still spearing these trees, but because it's equipped, when I hit the tree, I do hatchet damage. And when I hit the rock, I do pickaxe damage. So you still get to use, like I have the special ability with the spear where I get to do the multi-hit. So you still get to use your weapon's special abilities on the trees. That's flint right there. Also, this little rock. Um, so you still get to use like your regular weapon attacks, and you just use your pickaxe and your hatchet, just do the damage with your regular weapon attack. So there's nothing special to do. You just equip them and then swing away. Which I love because it means that I get to do things like use my rapid spear. And so different weapons are actually better for mining and stuff. Like a weapon that does less base damage but attacks faster is actually better for mining or for like cutting down trees because the damage is coming from your pickaxe or your hatchet and your attack speed is coming from your actual main hand weapon. So you're getting this sort of mixture of two things that allow you to determine how much damage and stuff you do to trees and rocks. And I think that's just a super cool way to implement that. Totally unique to this game. Gotta tear down all these ruins. Because we're going to be building over all of this. Nice. I love how strong my mining and my pickaxing, hatcheting, whatever, mining and wood cutting. I know how to talk. But I love how strong they are. Now that I've been doing a lot of this for so long. Like I can go in here and look at my stats. I've got 37 mining and 31 wood cutting and 33 construction. My mining and my wood cutting and my construction are all on par with my actual combat skills, which shows you how much mining and wood cutting and stuff I do in comparison to my other regular activities. Something else that we're going to need a ton of is people. And so I might actually found a city somewhere. Look at how far these people range. So because my city is built all the way up here, these people are actually roaming around because it feels like this is still part of the city because it's within the boundary of some of the city buildings. So these people are roaming around in like some really weird spots because of that. So there's some really interesting implications um, to all of that. And I wonder what I need to do to limit the spawns um, of enemies inside the boundaries of the city. There's a lot to think about when it comes to trying to do a big mega project like this. And there will be a lot of interesting things to learn about while we do it as well. So I'm very excited. Because this is what these times are for, right? It's times for breaking things and pushing the boundaries and, letting the dev team know, like, hey, this is something that breaks your game. If you want people to be able to do it, then you need to, change the architecture. And if you don't want people to be able to do it, then you need to find a way to set some sort of boundary or something like that. And probably that's what will end up happening. There will have to be some way to set a boundary on how far away from the flag you can build. But we're going to build out just a huge city and try and crash this server and see what happens. See how performance starts to react as we start to make a bigger and bigger city. Goodness, I don't even know where I am anymore. There doesn't seem to be an impact based on destroying things, which is really nice. And I think pretty important because you're going to just be destroying stuff pretty much all the time. It is possible that the more things, so that might be a big reason that the game needs to reset. Like my server needs a reset. Is just to sort of lock in some of those temporary changes, like building things and destroying things. So that's probably what contributes to some of the things that lead me to need to recreate or reset this server every 24 hours. Is probably about some of the destruction and building and stuff like that. I don't really know. I don't know exactly how all that stuff works. I'm not a game dev. At least not a very good one. I was gonna pick up all the stones and wooden logs and stuff like that But I actually don't think I'm going to pick that stuff up and pile it anymore. Because I'm going to probably need to be using these things in the places where they fall anyway. So I don't think there's actually a lot of point in going out of my way to stack them up. Because I can just build right on top of them. Right? They don't stop you from setting down buildings and stuff like that. So we'll just keep doing that stuff up. And it should work really well. But anybody who's played, you know, any survival crafting games like Minecraft, like Terraria, like Ark Survival Evolved, like, you know, Icarus, any of those games, you'll know that this is just a big part of establishing sort of mega bases and large structures, is you just end up spending a lot of time clearing out, you know, the stuff that was procedurally generated. You know, your resources and things like that. They're great to have right near your base, but they do get in the way, obviously, of your personal building. So we're getting pretty done. I think we're about 3/4 of the way with clearing everything. We've got a little dungeon in here. I'll probably try and set this up as like a sewer entrance, because this is going to be inside my city. And I believe Romans had sewers, right? They had aqueducts and stuff like that. So I believe they had like some primitive forms of sewers. I'm not 100% on that. But I think they did. Whoa! 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 I have never seen... Oh my god. What in the holy shiznit is this thing? No. Get away. What is this? Some bullshit is what it is. Oh my goodness. Didn't even drop anything. That's garbage. Can't be sending crazy shit like that at me without dropping anything. How dare you? What the holy hell just happened to me? My goodness. That was a new creature right there. I've never seen that thing before. I've never been so afraid in my entire life. That thing beat my ass. I couldn't even imagine if I wasn't pretty decked out. I mean, I've got, you know, all legendary armor, legendary weapon. I've got, you know, yellow signet rings. Of course, these are just knockback rings, so they don't really help with that thing. But, like, I've got some gear on, and that dude was beating my ass. My goodness. I don't know why the devs gotta scare me like that. Not cool. Um, Something I just thought of, and maybe this will have to be a mod instead of something that's actually part of the game. Um, is it would be cool if like plagues would happen. Um, in ancient times like this, plagues that affected people, but also plagues that affected, crops and stuff like that, blights, droughts, um, all kinds of things, had pretty significant effects on developing societies. So we already have, obviously, the plague of the zombies that's running around ruining our lives. But it would be cool if there were other things that maybe affected your crop growth in certain areas or something like that. Could be quite a bit of fun. All right. I think we're getting pretty close to done with all the breaking stuff. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to set ourselves up with some basic structures that give us the ability to build all the way out to the edge of this area. We're going to do some leapfrogging to get ourselves out there. And then we'll destroy those other structures. And then that'll give us the ability to build in a really structured way. But we need to think, because I'm not 100% on what the best building practices in this game are. As far as like maximizing happiness and, different stuff like that. Oh, this is nice. We've got ourselves a little statue here. I'm going to leave this statue up. I don't think I can destroy it. But we're going to destroy the rest of this. And then we might build a little something around this statue for ourselves. We won't just leave the ruins up, though. We'll make something modernized. And this is something that you really got to look into. There's hidden chests all over the place in this game. So lots of reason to destroy, all these ruins, destroy bushes. There's all kinds of fun hidden stuff inside of some of these things. I haven't ever played things like Kingdom Come Deliverance and stuff like that. But I guess this game probably is fairly similar to that. Some of the citizen stuff falls in line with Kingdom Come. Yeah, okay, it doesn't look like I can destroy that. But there's just such a good core game here. I can't wait to see what they add to it. Kingdom Come Deliverance, I think... Well, I shouldn't say because I don't actually know. But one of the things that this game is doing really well is it's not stopping at the city builder, city management stage and saying, okay, that's good enough, that's a game. It's expanding into the realm of, Terraria and stuff, where, you've got super interesting equipment, you've got, really cool boss fights, really cool combat. So you've kind of got a couple of complete games all sort of piled into one game here. And I think that's really great. because just this ARPG, like run around combat stuff, would be good. Just the city building and city management could make a good game. But when you mash those things together and you throw in some bullet hell elements, and you make some really good boss fights and stuff like that, now you've got like 2 or 3 games that could stand alone, but instead they're all working together to make this really dynamic experience. And I really like it. Because if I get bored with this, right, if I don't want to walk around killing trees and building stuff at any point, I can just go fight bosses. I can go, run dungeons. I can go work on my citizens. I can, whatever. I can go craft some things. There's not a lot of stuff to craft right this moment because we are in a demo. But, I could go try and craft some legendaries. I could do a lot of stuff. I mean, I've already played. I think I've been playing for 4 or 5 days. And I've got like 50 hours in this game. So I've been playing a good 10 or so hours a day. And I haven't even completed everything that I could possibly want to complete in this demo. Which is crazy. Like, I'm not even close. My city is still so basic. Like, it's kind of crazy how basic my city is. Hey, leveled up that mining. What's up? So the challenge that was issued on the Discord today is about making a city and either taking a picture or making a video, like a quick little video. Oh no. Longina has perished. Making a video or something of your city and then posting it to the Discord. And there are going to be 2 winners. And they are going to get to... One of them is going to be chosen by us. And so we're going to vote on all the cities and decide who wins. And then one of them is going to be chosen by the devs and the publisher. And they are going to choose somebody. And then the winners will get to help design a dungeon that will be put into the game. They get to name it and, help come up with like a little puzzle for it and all that stuff. Decide what type of enemies are going to be in it. Obviously, the dev team is going to maintain like Final Cut permissions. And so they'll decide, exactly what makes it into the game and what doesn't. But you will get to help be a part of that if you win. So I encourage all of you to spend some time. Hey, it's Almanzar. What's up, duder? I didn't see you jump in. Yo, yo, what's up, Slate? Almost fell in the water right there. Yeah, so one of the things that I've actually noticed, um, and that I'm really excited about is, and I've said this a couple of times, but some of you may or may not have heard me talk about it, but you don't actually have to limit yourself to just one server in this game. You can absolutely make a Faccio. But you can absolutely go to other servers like you would in Ark Survival Evolved and gather up resources and different stuff like that. Um, and then bring those resources back to your main server. So I'm going to build this whole big world right here. And I'm going to, build it out with tons of really good blacksmiths and lots of farms, and I'm going to generate all of the resources that you might need to generate, and I'm going to stockpile them here, and then I'm going to go out and I'm going to temporarily create other servers, and then I'm going to go to the different biomes that might have really good dungeons and stuff that I want to run, because everything in this world is finite. If you run a dungeon, and you go open up all the chests and stuff, it doesn't come back. It once you do it, it grays out. So you'll see this one's super gray. It's because we've already beaten that dungeon. And then these ones aren't really grayed out. Um, so you can still do this one, right? This hidden camp, this twin crypt, subterranean lake. These haven't been pillaged yet. But if we go down like into the desert, we've been pretty active about clearing things down here. And so there's a lot of desert dungeons that are done. Hey, what's up, Pump? So we've cleared a lot of these. And so there's not really a ton of resources left to get out of those. Probably not joining today. Locked in with Mugenics. Okay, yeah. I hope you enjoy that. I've actually been seeing some pretty good things about that game. That was made by the same people who made Binding of Isaac, right? Nice. A fat ass cat called Guillotina. Nice. That's dope. Yeah, I mean, if it's made by the people who make Binding of Isaac, then I'm sure it's good. Oh, somebody's killing the bird. Check this out. Oh, there's nobody over here. How did the bird get released if nobody's over here? Did the ballistas crack the egg? There must have been enemies or something that came over here, and eventually the ballistas caught the egg. That's crazy. Oh, I don't have room. Bummer. Okay. I think I've pretty much destroyed everything there is to destroy here. So I think it's time to start considering building. So the way we're going to do this, so you can build a city as big as you want. There doesn't seem to be any limit. And the way you do that is you build a structure, and then from each structure, there is a distance that you can take this construction bench, and you just take the construction bench out here, and you drop it down, and you can see I can still build. And so if I keep going further, you can see I can still build. And then I keep going further, and you see I can't build. It wants me to found a new city. But if I go back just a little bit, and it tells me I can build here, then I can drop an empty house, like all the way out as far as this will go. We're going to build it right here because I want, um, this is where I want to build at, right? This is like the corner. But so once we build this here, we'll show you. Oh, whoops. Why am I not getting any bits of tree? There we go. I wasn't getting any logs there. That was confusing me. So anyway, we build this little house here, and that anchors that spot to our city. And so now we can come back over here where we wouldn't have been able to build before. And now you can see it still registers this as part of our city. So you can just keep doing that leapfrog over and over again. And that's how I got this structure over here is technically a part of this city. And so you'll see, even though I'm super far away, all the citizens are actually going to come over here and look at this building because it's a new construction. And that's what the citizens do. Anytime you construct a new building, they all come and look at it. So you can see, and it's nighttime now, so they're all going to be running out here and there's going to be zombies and shit. So they're going to get chased away. But they're going to try and come out here and look at this new building because it's a part of the city. So you can make, I mean, literally an infinitely large city. So I'm going to take up this whole area, right? Everything in this brown right here, I'm going to turn into a city. And so one of the things that you can't do is you'll see when I look at this, the logistics are limited by that same distance. I get stuck. I can't look any further than this to do my logistics. So you're going to have to create districts in big cities that you use to do different types of resource gathering and stuff like that and create different things. So there's actually going to be quite a bit of planning that's going to need to go into making this really big city. And I don't know if I've got the brain power for that. I'm not really good at city planning. I kind of just do stuff and see what happens. So I need to put in a little time exploring the happiness system and the expertise system and stuff like that, and see if we can figure out how to get the best people possible doing stuff. You know, like I want farms that are really, really productive and stuff like that. So we're going to work on that today. And we're going to see what we can make happen. So probably the best thing I'm going to be able to do to explore this system is actually go over to Facchio's city in the desert. Facchio did a really good job and understands the building system way better than I do. So I think if we teleport over there and take a look, we can see, for example, this blacksmith. So Facchio went out of their way to get this blacksmith super happy. And so you'll see their happiness here is 29. And a lot of that comes from a lot of decorations. And then they also have bonus happiness due to loyalty. And if you look at that, your efficiency is gone up by 91% due to your happiness. And then your expertise has gone up based on your happiness, your upgrades, and your loyalty. And so there's some implications there, some things you've got to look into. And honestly, it looks like leveling up loyalty and happiness are mostly what you're trying to do to get this efficiency and this expertise up. But the reason this expertise is so important for this blacksmith is you can actually make, you see here, we've got anti-hex bronze helmet. What the hell? Anyways, so you've got regular forceful copper daggers. Man, crazy. Um, so all of these stats underneath health here, that +1 energy regen, +1 slash resist, +1 pierce resist, +1 bludgeon resist, all of those are bonuses because this is a masterwork chest piece. And then if we look at mine, I have a legendary chest piece. So I've got 1% more to all those resistances and +1 more energy regeneration. And so this stuff is created by this smith, as well as my legendary Hasta here that has, all this bonus damage, attack range, crit chance, all that. And so it's really important to get this guy's expertise up because that's what determines whether or not it's crafting like masterwork or legendary or just regular stuff. And then the efficiency is how fast. So the efficiency is less important for, people like the blacksmiths. But if you have really, really high efficiency on, things like the quarries that allow you to get different resources, then you can end up in a really good position. And so here in the desert, these guys can actually mine copper and tin as well. The efficiency on this one isn't super high, but that's because it doesn't have lots of happiness and stuff like that. So, yeah, really interesting little system here. So we need to be surrounding like every building with like shrubs and stuff like that. I don't know what the limit is. I don't know how much happiness you can add to a citizen. So if anybody has any data on that or any knowledge about that, then you can maybe help me out, give me some information. That'd be super dope. Otherwise, we're probably just going to wing it. Because I like to wing stuff. Where is... Whoops. Didn't mean to break your little thing there. Let's take this back down here. I actually really like... So Faccio takes a lot of care to incorporate the existing like foliage and stuff into his build. So he's just leaving all these trees and bushes and rocks and stuff like that and just kind of building around them, which I think is really cool, and he does a really good job with that. I am going to take a more industrial route. And I'm just going to line things up in rows. And I'm going to put, you know, as many decorations as I can. So it looks like I'll destroy this stuff because I'm not trying to like change Fakio's build here. But let's take a look at this character's happiness. 29.6. It's getting plus 21.6 from decorations. So let's build another decoration here. Like a second row of decoration. And just see if there's like a limit. Because I'll make rows and rows and rows of hedges. I don't even care. Yeah, so he was at 29.6. He's now at 30.6. So he did get another happiness there. So the limit to how much happiness we can give these folks. Did he also gain expertise or efficiency? Let's see, 94%. These were at 91% before, right? So this does increase their expertise and efficiency. I wonder if we can get it above 100% bonus. So let's go ahead and do even more of this. I promise I won't leave this stuff up, Fakio. Just borrowing you for some testing. But I will destroy anything that I create. I mean, I don't want to change what you built, Fakio. What you built is super cool. It just happens to be the best place for me to do this testing. But I certainly would not have the ability to improve it. So I wouldn't change it. You are a better builder than me, especially when it comes to aesthetics. There's going to be two things that I most want to figure out is how many decorations thick can I make this and still actually give a bonus, and how high can that bonus go? So I know for a fact that these are all hitting this. And if I go in here and we look at the bonus, so we are up to 106% on the expertise and 106% on the efficiency. So it does seem like we can push these extremely high. So then the question starts to be about what are the smallest structures we can make that give +1 happiness. So I could have sworn. Here we go. So this one's +1 happiness, and it's 2. Instead of this one is 3. Right? Because this is the one that I used. Oh no, this one's 2 also. Okay. So we've got these ones take up 2 spots. And they give 1 happiness. This one takes up 4 spots and still only gives 1 happiness. And this one takes up 1 spot, gives 0.3 happiness. And then this one takes up 4 spots and gives 0.8. So these ones that Faccio used, well, I guess the radius is bigger here. So that's interesting. I did not consider that. Yeah, these 4s have much wider radiuses, don't they? Maybe not. Yeah, okay, they do. So it'll be how many tiers of shrubs here? Okay, so it has to at least get to like the center. So in order to that's interesting. In order to actually trigger the bonus happiness, it has to get to the center of the building, it looks like. So right here, we can't anymore. So one can be built here. And can be built here. So you would need then a 4 down here. Oh, and even another 4 could hit here. So you can extend these out a little ways. And then that's too far. So you would have, you know, a 4-banger up here. And then you would have 2 bangers too thick all the way down. And then you'd have a 4-banger here and a 4-banger here. You probably even get, yep, another 4-banger up here. So your corners are going to be surrounded by your 4s. And then I think it looks like you can get 3 deep on a side to get to the center here. Now this is just for the blacksmith, right? I don't know if that same relationship is going to work here. Yeah, so the quarry is quite a bit different because it's so much bigger. As I move down, I lose the center much, much faster. So I'm not going to be able to get nearly as much happiness going with the quarries because they're so much larger. And so my circles here of happiness don't penetrate as far. So we can come down here. Yeah, this one can get all the way here. And then, yeah, as soon as you get outside of that corner, and this is the corner of the building right here. So even my best happiness can't go from the corner into the center here, which is wild. So that's going to have a huge implication on how much happiness I can create in these structures. That's interesting. Okay. Well, let's look around at some of the other buildings. It doesn't look like the markets can even get happiness because it's not showing the little ghosting there. Hey, what's up, Drat? How are you? So merchants don't get happiness. The carpenter does. I wonder what sort of bonuses. That one is going to be able to get a lot of happiness because you can go 1, 2, 3, 4 deep just with these because it's a small one. So the center is really easy to get to. Can you build on top of the quarry and open spots? No, you cannot. This is, so all of this ghosting takes up the entire footprint of the quarry and technically counts. Apparently you can build roads across some of that, but you can't build any other structures. So roads have like a different set of rules. So I think you could build a road, yeah, all the way up to this door if you wanted to. You could just boop, and then you could have road. Or we can delete that. I said delete. Thank you. Hopefully that grows back. Whoops. But yeah, actually I could have just shown you this because he already did this on this one and built the road like all the way up into it. Instead of fucking up his shit. And then we'll destroy these decorations I added here. Okay, I think I have a pretty good idea of how this is going to work. I think this was like right here. So the smaller the building, the more decorations you can place. Now farms are going to be really hard. Did I build more on the desert base? No, I didn't. Oh, you mean that one that we put way down in the corner? Way over here? I have not built any more on this now. Right now, what I'm about to try and do, Drat, is... So they're having a competition to get to help build a dungeon in the game for the person with the best city. So I'm actually about to build this entire area into one city right here. I'm about to make a massive city. So I've already cleared everything in this whole brown area. I broke all the trees. I destroyed all the rocks. I did all that. So I'm probably going to mostly destroy this city as it sits right now. And then I'm going to build it all out again in a better grid with, you know, more people and more happiness bonuses and decorations and all that stuff. But the contest is running until March 1st. So I guess I have like 4 or 5 days to get this all built out. So it's going to be a whole lot of gaining resources and all that stuff for the next few days to try and get this built out. But we're just trying to work with the happiness system right now. So you see here, the farms are going to be a little hard to max out efficiency on. Because when we build on the farms, you build the farmland out around them. So there's no room. Yeah, it looks like there's only this one square where I could put some trees. Because there's 3 deep here. 1, 2, 3. That you can put farmland. And they'll plant all that stuff. I guess down below. So they don't farm down below for some reason. It seems like they only do these 3 sides. That dude's trying to get in. So I guess I could do some happiness stuff down here. But I think that's probably it. So you'd have to build decorations around the farmhouse, then surround it with crop fields. Yeah, but so you can only get crop fields so far. This is the extent, this 3x3 outside the perimeter of the structure here. When you place a farm down, it actually gives you this little green box inside, and then it gives you another like shadow that goes to this 3x3 set of squares out here. Right. So you could potentially get a ton of happiness, but then you'd really reduce your overall crop availability, which might be worth it. I don't really know, because you're getting more efficiency when you put happiness in. So if you had tons of happiness, and you had tons of efficiency, we were up at 106% over on that blacksmith. So double the efficiency means like double the yield, right? And so if I could use half of the available plots of land to get more than 100% efficiency, then technically I would get more value out of the land with those decorations. So that'll be something that I have to look at to decide. For example, like a beehive one, I think would be really good because the beehives seem to produce really well, and you don't necessarily need a ton of beehives. So if you had like mad efficiency on some beehives thanks to some decorations. Jerks. Then you could probably just get like a ton of honey and just make a ton of food that way. And you could just straight up feed your citizens honey. It gives them one food. So you could just fill up food stores with honey all day. And that would actually probably be pretty good. I think you build the beehives here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, here we go. So you got to have one queen bee, some wheat, and some planks. You can make yourself some beehives. So I'll probably do that. Maybe do like one row of beehives on the outside, all the way around. And then everything on the inside of that will just be happiness stuff. And I'll try and put as much happiness and then a bunch of beehives. And just make mad honey. Interesting, interesting. There's nobody on these water wheels. They don't get workers because they're automated. So, no point in building decorations around these. No point in building decorations around the houses because that doesn't help. We definitely want to get a lot of clay. And these look like they're quite a bit smaller than the quarries. So we'll probably be able to get quite a bit more happiness here. I really want to get, so I want to put a lot of roads. So I definitely want my carpenter to have as much efficiency as possible. That'll be really cool. And we're also going to have, so carpenters are, oh, never mind. I'm dumb. Yeah, this is going to be wild. And then the logging camps are going to be kind of in the same spot as the clay places. You should be able to get quite a bit of extra happiness on these because they're not super huge. They've got a pretty small footprint. So there is a direct correlation between how much happiness you can add to a structure and the size of that structure's footprint. The bigger the structure, the less overall happiness you can add. What is this building? This is a farm. What is this building? This is also a farm. Oh, this is a level 1. This is a level 2. And he just stacked them right next to each other. That's kind of crazy. I love how Fakio is making all of his decisions based on like aesthetic choice. And all of my decisions are 100% based on maximizing output 100% of the time. I am such an industrialist. I have no artistic vision whatsoever. Okay. That probably means that it's about time. So here's the question. Do I want to build each sector of my city to produce like a singular resource? Or, well, no, because we can't really do that. So this is difficult. Your carpenter who creates your tier 2 structures has to be near your material storage because that's how you use those resources. So when you see total town resources here, I'm pretty sure that's only the ones within the radius of the carpenter. So if we make each district grow its own resources, then the carpenter won't be able to interact with all of those resources. So I wonder if I put a carpenter next to the material storages in different places in the city, will they come together to add up all of those resources? Because right now, let's see, we've got that material storage. Where are other material storages at? Oh, they're not. Okay. These down here also have 5 clay. So we've got 15 clay. So that's not actually in that radius, is it? Because if we build... let's build a carpenter. Okay, no, it's not. So if I put a carpenter right here, I should only be getting this clay, not this clay. So somehow it is still registering. So it just has to be within the range of a material storage. But then it counts the resources of the entire city. Oh, gotta read. Carpenter only takes from material storage. Okay, but that's only for like crafting in here, right? Not for like upgrading. Upgrades as well, okay. So it won't use those resources from these buckets right here. Okay. So it tells me that I have these resources, but it won't use them. There's only 5 in the storage. Oh no, there is 15. Sorry, I couldn't read that very well. You're right. You're right. So I was thinking, okay. Okay. And then, so we get the same thing though. Whoops. So when we look over here, we actually still have access to those resources. Like, I could level this up from here using the resources of that carpenter. I won't actually hit the button, but it'll show us here. Yeah, we have all the resources we need, even though that carpenter is out of range. At least I think it is. We'll see. Can I get all the way up here? Okay, well, I can get all the way up here. But I've made tier 2 buildings in my city that are really, really far away from the carpenter. So let's go back to this city. And then we can go look right here. So this building up here, one of these, is a tier 2. I think it's this one, or this one, is a tier 2. But there's no carpenter around here anywhere. The carpenter is down here. And it's pulling from these 3 resource bins. So I think as long as I put a carpenter near each of the major resource production areas. So we'll have clay in one area, we'll have stone in one area, and then we'll have wood in one area. And we'll move all of the collection sort of to one side. And then we'll put carpenters in each of those places to sort of pull in the resources to our town's upgrade pool. And that'll give us the ability to upgrade any resources that or any buildings that we need. And then we'll use the different carpenters to make different structures that we might need. Right, like we can make buckets with the one that's at the wood place because we have lots of wood. And then we'll make roads at the stone because we have lots of roads. And then, is there anything that we could do with the one? Oh, we can make barricades. Nice. It doesn't look like there's anything that we could do with the one that was using clay. And that's actually going to be a pretty rough one because our clay is where we're going to want to make pots. And we're going to use those pots on like these dolems to make like olive oil and wine and all that other stuff. So the farms and the pots, the farms and the clay are going to need to be like on the same side next to each other. And then in between them, we're going to need to put, dolems and bakeries and stuff like that are going to be able to pull in those resources and, make different foods and all that other bullshit. So we'll probably do that up in the top here. We'll put farms on one side. We'll put clay on the other side. And then right in the middle, all the way up through, we'll do all of our fooding and all of that stuff up here. And then on the bottom side, we'll do stone and wood. Okay. I think that's mostly a good plan. And then here in the center of the city, we'll get rid of like these wood maker things, but we'll keep like a blacksmith and the leather worker and a merchant and our logi tent and some things like that. We'll keep one-off structures here in the center of the map. And that'll be, everybody will use the center of the city. And then everything outside the center of the city would just kind of automate resource collection and stuff like that. I really should be doing this in the desert. Um, because I can gain like tin and iron that way. Or, sorry, tin and copper to make bronze instead of just stone. But that's fine. Mostly this is a proof of concept for me because when the game fully launches, this is something I really want to do for like us as a community. I want to make a really big central city in an always on server because there are a couple of interesting things about this game. You can, for example, eat recipes on a server. So these Scorpio sandals, I found this recipe. Um, and so this is like a completely unique. Actually, I want to make a bunch of these with a high expertise and see if I can get a legendary and see what that does. We might look into that. Um, but so these Scorpio sandals are a recipe that I found, and then I ate it, and now you can use this recipe on this server. And so you can go to other servers and clear dungeons and stuff like that. And if we do that and we bring recipes back to a central server where, you know, we've got perfect expertise and all that stuff on all of our buildings, then we can use that as a core and you can, you know, make new characters and start new worlds and build things and try things and do little challenges and stuff like that. But you'll always have that central server to fall back on. And then you can bring, you know, cool resources and stuff. We'll build up a big arsenal. So we'll just have gear and stuff all over the place. And then as the game develops and new things happen, as modders create cool mods and stuff like that, we'll have this really fun place that we can come back to and then sort of extrude out from to do other things. Because your inventory and your gear move with you when you go between servers. So, yeah, I actually really want to try and make some of these. Let's look at what it takes to make bone split. Do I not have the ability? Oh, this is a level 1. Okay, I guess this dude needs to level up. Do you have a really well-made leather worker in your city? Faccio? Or am I just up Shake Creek? Okay, well, I'm gonna go look. You son of a beach. Now I'm gonna have to go through all this effort. I don't need to learn how to do it, Faccio. That's what I have you for. Alright, well, let's go to my city. And let's pump up the happiness here, I guess. Let's just get stupid with this. It's not really important how it looks and how it's set up. right this moment. Right this moment, it's just about getting as much as I can down here. That'll probably be sufficient. So we need lots of wood, lots of stone. Thankfully, I spent a lot of time yesterday piling up wood and stone down here. I didn't get a ton of wood, but let me tell you, that's a lot of stone. So let's go find my carts. I actually think I have to get my carts back out of the blacksmith. I think they got destroyed yesterday. And my inventory's full. I'm gonna go make Facchio upset again. And I'm just gonna dump tab my entire inventory. Because I'm a bad person. Alright, we'll get some carts here. So I found something out last night as well. Poor Facchio. Oh yeah, absolutely. Steal away, brother. So I found something out cool last night. You can set these up where they're already connected. It allows you to put them close enough when you place them down that they're just connected. Boop. And apparently Facchio's coming for a ride. Alright. Come with me, buddy. Whee! Bop. Okay, game. Constructing these little things is actually a huge pain. Because the game doesn't, like, want to keep everything inside. Boop. Let's see. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of each resource to make the rest of these. So let's rock and roll. I guess I can just pull some of these out. 1, 2, 3. I guess we also have a bunch of these. Trying not to pick up. I just want to get an even number here. Okay. Well, that's hard. So I just need 2 more woods. So we'll go down here to one of our woodcutters. Go in there. Oh, is that already full? Okay. Never mind then. I only needed 1 more. Let's go make some stuff. Bop. Got a little lag there, but I seriously cannot believe how well this is running. I mean, we've had a lot of people on this server doing a lot of stuff. Doing a lot of stuff that has permanent implications for the state of the server, right? So there's tons of buildings that have been built. There's tons of things that have been cut down and destroyed. There's tons of dungeons that have been beat. There's just tons of things that have been altered about this server as we've been playing as a group. And it's doing really, really well. I'm not experiencing really any sort of lag. Now, the server does need to get reset fairly often. I can't just keep running the whole thing 24/7. Every day, I should probably be doing it twice a day. So I do a reset in the morning right now. And I imagine if maybe I also went ahead, and did a reset like at night, then that would probably also help. I know there are some people who play late at night, like Fakio, who may be having some trouble. I don't know, Fakio, maybe you can speak to that a little bit. When you were on last night building your forest city, how was the game running? All right, we got ourselves some happiness over here. And let's see. So we've gotten up to 14. Going to bed. Yeah, have a good night there, Fakio. Thanks for making the world look so much more beautiful. Let's see. We can make cured hide. That should level this dude up. Oh yeah? Let's go check it out. Teleporto. Wrong. I love that you've got the mushrooms down here. And the beehives. And a little forest action. Cutting down some trees. What's this building? It's a potter. Oh, We got an open door. Oh, that's because it goes to a different section of the city. Dope. Nice, dude. Nice. I like it. Did you go in and specifically make rows of the different crops that you want to grow? And will the farmer actually follow those rows and keep them set up like that? Do you know? Because that'll be cool. Yes, because he doesn't replant if it's in the field already. He only does it if there is empty spots. But like he'll have extra seeds of both wheat and olive at some point, right? So he'll go and like pick up what's there. Or does he not cut down what's there? Oh, he doesn't remove when he harvests. Okay, I didn't know that. Got it. Okay. That's actually really important to know. So you can make very specific decisions about how many resources you're gaining. That's cool. Okay. See, we're learning so much. I love that you've just got like a dungeon in the middle of your town. Oh, and you haven't even cleared it. That's awesome. I won't clear it either. That's super dope, dude. Oh, just the creatures respawn though. Okay. Yeah, just the creatures respawn. Got it. Cool, cool. I guess now you have like an infinite source of potions. That's really nice. I love Faccio cities. They're so good. I love that this altar is just like nestled up back here. Just such a good job. There's the dough. I thought the dough hadn't been getting made. We're all out of honey. I don't even know where the honey went. I thought that this person was going to make a bunch of globies. I don't know what happened though. Because it looks like a bunch of the materials were getting used, right? Like we made all this dough. And it's going in here now, it looks like. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on. But we don't have any globies. And I don't know how that happened. We should have like stacks of globies. Let's see, I'm gonna need these bone splints. Let's see if maybe we've got some more somewhere. We're gonna need these poison glands. So that we can make these boots. So I had to take a break. We'd been thinking too much about building the city, which is why I've started. I made one more thing before I leave. If you have a minute in the forest city, okay. Pacquiao's forest. Where is it? Little picnic spot. Can I sit? Is there like a... Bummer. Law. Yep. Good night, Facchio. Alrighty. Yeah, so let's get back to working on our leather working here. We need to go see about more cured leather, more bone splint, and more poison glands. This is why you don't just throw away resources, because you never know when you might need a mess load of something. I think a lot of people have just been like tossing out some of their stuff. And so things like bone splint and stuff like that, we don't really have a lot of, because I think a lot of people were like, well, we'll never use this. But we might. You never know. Especially when you have systems that progress. Like you need regular leather to make cured leather. And then, you know, you need lower tiers of gear to make higher tiers of gear and stuff like that. Those things start to be really important to keep on hand. We're going to check out Old Piltover here. I have dropped off some random stuff in a couple of places here. So, like, we're going to steal this cured leather because we might need it. I actually think we're going to go ahead and steal the regular leather as well. And this wool and this linen. Because those are all resources that we might need to make some of this stuff. Looks like there's nothing in there. Let's teleport down to Facchio's desert. Let's just see if maybe there's some poison glands or something that have been dropped off here. Yeah, it doesn't really look like it. Yeah, don't be throwing away your resources. You will regret it when you decide to do something. There are lots of things in this game that require you to repeat actions a lot, right? Like a lot of repeat crafting or, you know, stuff like that. And if you don't hang on to your resources, then you'll find yourself in a position where you don't have anything and you can't do any of the stuff you want without going out and farming up those resources in that moment. Die, nerd. But let's go level this dude up. We should have enough leather, hopefully, to get enough cured leather to level this person up. Yep, they're level 2 now. So they can do bedrolls, some scrolls and stuff. They can make the thick leather. That is not, however, the tier of stuff that we need. So let's go ahead and drop off all this leather in this dude's chest here. Drop that off, drop those off, drop these off. Nice. Let's pull some oh no, actually, he needs this stuff. Might need some of these things too, who knows? There we go. So he's just gonna level up as he goes here. And so the thing that we're gonna make is this bone splint, but we're not, it must be level 4. Or it must be tier 4. And then we'll just mix those bone splint boots with some of these poison glands. We only have 14% expertise, or 14 expertise, so we might have a little bit of trouble trying to get legendaries when we make these Scorpios. I don't even know if I can get legendary Scorpios, right? This is a unique recipe, so it might just always come out exactly the same. I have no frame of knowledge for that. So we'll be looking. We also have the ability to make Bedouin cloaks, which is cool. These are tier 5s. I don't even think I can make these. Because I don't think I can get to level 5. Because I can't upgrade the leather working station. So I might not even be able to make that. We've got some cool stuff though. You know, this wolf cowl, druid robes. There's a lot of really cool leather equipment that we haven't really made. This berserker thing is pretty cool. That's a lot of bonus health for a tier 3. Yeah, that's all very cool. I'm very, very interested in the crafting in this game. So right now it seems like when you get like a legendary of something, you always get the same stats. I would love to see a little more randomness with that. So one of the things about survival crafting games is you do have a tendency to overproduce resources. And a big part of these games is just sort of this constant growing intake of resources. And so I would like to see this game lean into that a little maybe and give me a reason to use a lot of bronze to make a lot of spears, because this one's great, but it's not necessarily like that knockback doesn't really help me if I've got these two 500% knockback rings. So it'd be cool to maybe be able to re-roll this until I got something else. If I'm not leaning into crit chance, then maybe that crit isn't super useful. So different builds are going to require different types of stuff. And so it would be neat. And maybe that's going to be something that is going to be happening already. I honestly have no way of knowing. So, you know, whatever. But it'll be interesting to see what comes next. Plus 50% chance for crits. So this is really cool. A lot of these are really generic. So I'm going to come down this dagger line here. And even though I'm not using daggers, I'm going to pick up this 50% crit chance here. Because that's super cool. Melee critical strikes give you a burst of movement speed. Also seems cool. I also picked up this thing that allows me to equip scrolls in my main hand. I didn't know that that was even a possibility, but you can totally dual wield scrolls, which is awesome. Here's a base 3% movement speed. Here's a base 10% attack range. Let's get movement speed. Absolutely. Now we just move 3% faster. All right. What's our leather worker looking like here? Hey, he's level 3 now. I should at least be able to see the bone split. There we go. So we do have to get him to level 4 to make bone split. And then what do the bone splints require? Bronze nails and bone splints. So I don't have nearly enough bone splints. We're going to need to go get some of this. That makes me a little sad. But that's okay. Let's see. What do we get bone splints from? I think we kill the satyrs for bone splints out in the desert. And what was the other thing it said it wanted? Bone splints and nails. That's right. We should have more than enough bronze to make plenty of bronze nails. So let's drop that off in there. And let's see if we can find some coal. I guess we could just use some wood. I really wish that I could hook up one of these wood cutting things to my blacksmith and just let it go to town. I did say I needed bronze nails, right? Cool. Yes, so let's go get some bone splints and some poison glands. Poison glands are pretty easy to come by. I started making a road that was going to take me down to the desert city. And that's something that I'll continue to work on. Yeah, lots of poison glands. Nice. Easy peasy. Oh yeah, there's going to be a bunch of them just chilling out here too. Because sometimes we kill stuff and we don't like pick up the things. Nice. Oh yeah, a couple of antidotes. Petrify resist, some linen. Hell yeah. This is why you break rocks and stuff. Get all them good goods. I don't think I got any bone splints. I might not be killing the right things to be getting bone splints. And maybe I have to kill the dark skeletons, which would mean having to wait until nighttime. Which is fine. I can do that. I have 1,000% knockback. When I hit things, it goes flying. And it's hilarious. This is how you get linen, right here. In case you ever need some. These little purple flowers. Blue and yellow, purple pills. Something I haven't done in a while I've been streaming here is let me go check and make sure. Okay. People tend to try and contact me on the Discord to get added to the server, like while I'm streaming. And then I'm not like online or available in any way. Ooh. How am I gonna get across here? I don't think the game wants me to get across there. Surely there's somewhere else where I can get this key from. I don't think so. I think we're oh, wait. Nope. There are sometimes secret passages, like in Zelda, A Link to the Past, where there's like places you can blow up or attack, or there's things that have no light, and it's just a dark, you can't see, and so you've got to walk, and you like fall off the side and stuff. I've only seen it one time, but that's really cool. I like it a lot. So let's see here. That was painful. But we made it. Nerd. Okay. Yo, this is not an easy... What are they doing to me over here? Alright, so we should be able to go, like, along this. And then we should be able to go, like, along here. Okay. Some of these dungeons are real good. I've never been in this one before. Like, this layout. I think there's 15 layouts in the game right now. Yo, I just yeeted that dude so far. Ooh, a Scorpio bow. And a schematic for the Mechanicus. 20% confusion resist, 20% knockback resist. Nice. Another recipe for the Mirage robes. Oh, yeah. A physician's cloak. Yo, we just hit the jackpot. What is up, dude? So this is all stuff that I'm going to want to check into. Because we have these recipes here. And this is what I'm talking about, right? I'm not ever going to be able to get that chest on this server again. But what I can do is make another server temporarily, go out into the desert, find this. Oh, this is just straight up a trinket, not a recipe. That's too bad. But that recipe did unlock the Mirage's tunic. And that's a server-wide thing, as far as I'm aware. So now everybody on this server can make that Mirage's tunic. And it doesn't matter if they already joined the server now, or if they join the server later, or whatever it is they do. They'll be good to go. And so we're going to create a space for people to be able to come and craft and bring resources and all that stuff. It's going to be super awesome. I'm having trouble finding these splint things. Bone splints? Whatever they are. Is it the satyrs? See how far away that dude flew? That was awesome. Oh, he split into a bunch of duders. That was really fun. Hey, it's a person. I actually need a bunch of citizens. So this is something that I am going to need from this game. Because of the size of this city, and the number of people I want to bring in, and just the scale of what I want to do, I actually need a way to get more citizens. So I don't know if they're going to have like a system where these citizens will breed and make new ones or what. But I don't think I'm actually going to be able to get enough citizens from a single world. Maybe that's not true. But I would like to be able to like itemize citizens. And then I can't believe I got a poison bow. That's awesome. But yeah, I would like to be able to like itemize citizens and then bring them to other servers. Would be really fun. Okay, how do I get these bone splinters? This is upsetting me. I know I've gotten them before. Why am I unable to get them now? Does anybody in the chat know where do I get bone splinters from? Hey, fight me. Stupid nerd. Because I thought I was getting, like, a lot of them in the past. I'm very confused. Maybe they're not out here? Maybe they're... Maybe they're the forest satyrs that give them. I wonder if I can walk along this edge. Ooh, I can. Hmm. I love how killing things with all this knockback makes them fly. Like all their little body bits just fly out. I guess I should check before I start going into random places. Let's hit the old... Yeah, okay. That one's already light gray. It's like transparent. So that means somebody already got the chest in there. So I definitely don't want to be going into that dungeon trying to find things that just aren't there to be found. Oh, I poisoned myself. Because I'm a dum-dum. I do that so often. I run into those little cactuses and get poisoned. It's like an everyday occurrence. Hey, there's some iron. For those of you who maybe don't know, this is what iron looks like. You can't smelt it, but it exists. I've picked up a decent number of poison glands out here. There's a free one. Nice. But still no bone splinters. Or whatever they're called. Yeah, this one's definitely been done. That's super close to the base. I'm heading back towards the base right now. Because I think this isn't the place to get bone splinters. I think maybe the forest satyrs or something like that. But it doesn't appear to be the desert. Which is confusing me. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think things killed by the ballista drop resources. And that actually puts a damper on one of my plans. Because leather is one of the few core resources that you have no way to generate outside of going and killing creatures and finding them. This is not grayed out. But because of that, something I wanted to do was try to create like an automated hide gathering system that would use ballistas in a place where I knew that like bears or something spawned. And then I would just drop some ballistas there and maybe even put up some walls or something to keep things kind of tightly in the same spot. And then I would go pick that up every now and then because the drops stay pretty persistently. Yo, what up, Grizz? When main game drops, are farmed resources gonna respawn? And if not, how do you get more ore if it's all gone? So your quarry that you can make in your base can actually farm the different types of ore based on the biome that it's in. So like if you build a quarry in the desert and then level up the citizen that you have in there, it can actually mine copper and tin so you can make more bronze. So most of the resources that are out like in the open world are kind of there to just get you started and just be available, you know, like wherever you go. And then the rest of the stuff you're kind of supposed to like build citizens and build structures and build, you know, cities in different biomes and stuff to get yourself access to different things. But then the other option would be to make more servers. So what you could do, Grizz, is you could temporarily make a server and then just run down to the desert real quick and drop yourself a blacksmith and then go mine all the copper and all the tin in that server and then blacksmith it into bronze and then take it with you back to your primary server. And so that's something we're going to be doing with like recipes and stuff. So there are recipes in this game to make different crafts. And so we're probably not going to get every recipe on one server because there's a finite number of dungeons that you can run to try and get recipes. So what we're going to end up having to do is like temporarily go to other servers and then, you know, run dungeons and stuff and then get more drops. Okay, so this one is a permanent dungeon. So I assume this is going to be like the bosses where like every day it respawns or something. Because if I go in there right now, it'll be empty. But it must respawn from time to time because it didn't gray out. But yeah, so we'll do a couple of different things to overcome some of that, Grizz. I am definitely not getting bone splinters here, though. That's obnoxious. How do I get bone splinters? Any in here? Nope. What about in here? Nope. Here's a different kind of satyr. Do you drop bone splinters? No. Also, you don't. Why is this game ruining my life? What type of enemy drops these freaking things? This is actually kind of driving me crazy. I just want my bone splinters. Gotta go back to town and drop a bunch of this shit off. Let's see. Teleport to the Hermit Kingdom. Let's go check on this dude. I still have at least some of what I need. So that's fine. Yeah, this guy got himself leveled up to level 4. We've got nails in the maker over here. So we're only going to be able to make like 1 or 2. Of these pieces of armor right now. But that'll be fine. 1 or 2 is enough to at least get an idea of what's going on. So we need bone splint boots. We're going to go ahead and cancel that. We're going to craft 2 of those bad boys. And then we're going to use those. Let's see. These require a type of cloth or leather that I can't get a hold of. But we're going to see about making this. And now we also have Mirage's tunic, which is interesting. What's an auger robe? Do I have the ability to make an auger robe? There's auger sandals. Okay, so this is the same sort of thing, and this requires linen. So this will actually be way easier for me to get a lot more of, because I can farm linen pretty effectively. And then it just takes some aloe vera and this auger robe, and it gives me water damage and water resistance. So specialize in aqua magic. That's pretty interesting. And then let's see, we got Scorpio sandals. Oh, hey, we got a legendary bone splint. So we got bonus energy regeneration and then slash, pierce, bludgeon, resist. So what I want to look at here, let's actually put this linen in here as well. There's a couple of things. So I need a bone splint boot to make this. And I have 2 of them. But my bone splint boot, one of them is legendary and one of them is regular. So I wonder if I make these, am I going to get like a legendary Scorpio sandal out of one of these? Is it even possible to get legendaries? Because these already have all these bonus stats. So I really don't know. If you can't get legendaries of the recipes, it's actually going to make the recipes fairly not useful. Ooh, a pristine. Okay, so you can. Absolutely. That's a bunch of bonus stats right there. So we got melee damage, slash resist, pierce resist, bludgeon resist, which is another 4 set of stats on top. So this is crazy, right? This is such a good item right here. And then if we got a legendary, it would double those stats. So you get 5% melee, 10% melee, and then 2% of each of the resists. Now it's weird that it's giving me melee damage instead of ranged, right? This is obviously a ranged piece of gear. So I think they put pretty basic stat bonuses into some of these pieces of gear for the demo. I don't think that their logic for what gets what stats is set up like super elaborately right now, um, because it's really, really bad to be getting bonus melee damage on a piece of ranged gear. That doesn't feel good at all. But it's super cool to know that those can be given higher tiers of stuff. Now it doesn't look like maybe the legendary one had some impact. But because I didn't get a legendary, right? I got a pristine and a regular. It doesn't look like the level or the tier of the boot that you put in guarantees that output. So while it may increase the chance, and I assume that it probably does, it's not a guaranteed. So it's probably worth it just to mass produce whatever type of boot you need to upgrade from. So just mass produce bone splits. And then I would just use the regular ones. And then depending on what I can get, like as far as favor and stuff is concerned. So you're going to end up with a lot of spare shit when you do that. And so you can turn all that stuff in, right? You can offer that stuff to the gods. So let's see. There's two things I want to check real quick. I want to see if well, I won't be able to because I only have 2 of these. So it's unidentified there. We need to find something. Whoops. Whoops. We need to find something we have a lot of that we have different tiers of. Or maybe we need to make something that we have different tiers of. You know what? Actually, we've got bronze daggers. So I've got my legendary bronze dagger here. So let's try and get a couple of regular daggers. I think we actually have some. Nope. We got 1 regular bronze dagger. Okay, is everything just like vanishing out of my inventories? What is going on? I could have sworn I put some bronze in there a minute ago. It feels like someone is fucking with me. And I don't even think there's anybody else in here right now. Unless somebody's got some, like, invisibility hacks. But we'll just go down to Facchio's base. Facchio's got tons of bronze. Go steal all Facchio's shit. Was it you, Grizz? You know I should have known. I should have freaking known. You've always been an enormous twit. Really? I don't even have any sticks? What is going on? I mean, I know I just put all my resources away, and that's why I don't have any sticks. But still, I'm going to complain about it. All right, let me make some bronze. I just need like one more bronze dagger. That's it. Oh. All right. We got swift bronze daggers. Pristine bronze daggers. Okay, so there are different... Right, let's check that out. So, -5 damage, 10% attack speed. 10% damage, 5% attack speed, -5% knockback. So there are kind of some different things that you can get when you make those. So I wonder if there's like multiple types of legendaries. I don't know. There's so many things I don't know about this game. But let's go ahead and put the regular bronze daggers in. We have undiscovered. So we turn those in. We get, that's an acceptable offering. I'm a huge tool. And then we can put our Swift in here. He's going to give us 32.5%. And then if we put a Pristine in there, we get 32.5. If we put Legendary, we get 32.5. So this is really important. So the last thing that we need to know is whether or not for sure creating recipes, whether or not for sure when you create something with a recipe, if you're going to get better chances at higher tier stuff if you use higher tier materials. Because if it's not going to give me bonus to my offering to drop a legendary in here, then there's no point, right? We want we just want to give them regular stuff if we're not going to get those bonuses. And then we'll use, our legendaries and our pristines when we craft whatever our recipes are that require, the basic type items. And then hopefully that will give us a better chance at getting legendaries and pristines of those new types of equipment that we need those recipes for. But I'll be back in just a second I gotta go use the restroom. Alrighty, we back. Boom shakalaka. Okay, so we had started working towards building up this city, and wife's locked in bathroom with sister, so I use the bathroom in the backyard. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. I live in an apartment. I don't have a backyard. Woe is me. Alas and alack. All right. So, in the two top sides, what we said we wanted to look at was we wanted to put clay and farms in the two top. So, top left and top right. So, is this a good spot to start? Yeah, I feel like it is. Okay. So when we make a pottery place, where did I put my crafting bench? There it is. So we're going to destroy that. And then we're going to make here we go. One of these. And so here's the thing that I don't understand is there's a shadow here, just like there is on farms and stuff like that. These things generate clay no matter what. But I wonder if maybe they generate more if you put them near the resource. I just don't really understand. But we need to set this up far enough away here from all of the obstructions. I think right there is probably it. We need to put it far enough away from the obstructions, though, so that we can put as much stuff around it to get as much happiness as possible. Was all good till I wiped and looked up, and the neighbor's kid is looking at me through his window. You know what? Kids gotta learn not to be peeping toms. I'm just saying. What a man does in the privacy of his own backyard ain't nobody's business. Okay, let's go get where did we put our parts? Here we go. One. A two. A three. I don't guess I actually need all these other cards. I just need this one. It's so weird to only be carrying one rock. Or one cart. Not one rock. Words are hard. Where is my building? There she blows. Oh, one of them doesn't have... Okay. Game, what are you doing to me? Why you gotta fuck with me like that? La-da-dee, la-da-dee, la-dee-da-dee-da-dee-dee, la-da-dee-da-dee-dee. All right. Booyah. So that's the big deal right there. We gotta get one of these bad boys down. Because what we want to do now is we want to see what can I do to improve the happiness here. So we're going to go out along the edge. We can't go down there. So we're going to go up 2 and we're going to hit right here. Actually, we just need to go up 1. And then we can go this way. And then these ones at the top don't work. So then what we're going to want to do... this one doesn't work either. Okay, that's wrong. So we want to go here. And then that doesn't work. So we go down here. And then this doesn't work. Okay. So that's as far as we can go there. But then what we're going to do is we're going to use twofers. Okay. So that's our layout. And then it looks like all the way out into the edge here, we can get another one. And then it's going to stack up. Nope. Just like that. Nope. We're going to take this one sideways. Assholes. I guess I actually have to leave an entrance. Or do I? Okay. So we may need to start reconsidering here. Because there is something else to think about. And that is, these things have the ability to share these right here. These happiness things. So, if I put them down in the way that I'm putting them right now, the only thing that these things can share is these right here. And that might not really work out. So I guess the question becomes, do I want to maximize this on an individual basis, or do I want to try and cram more of them in? So if I do this way, then I'm probably losing I'm probably losing one square. No, I think I'm just going to leave it like this. And then, so we'll share this one. So when we go to make the next one, what we'll want to do is we'll share these two at the top here. And then, so we'll go down, 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 down. And then out, out. And then we'll go up. Perfect. And then I should be able to just put another one of these right in the middle of this here. And then we get our verticals and our horizontals. And we just boop them right in there. And I'm actually going to leave it where I can't get in, because I don't actually need to get into these. Because of the way logistics works, I can just logi these over to some sort of material storage and then just work out of the material storage. And so there will always be some resources that are sort of inaccessible because they'll be stuck behind all of my decorations. But that doesn't really matter. You put down my crafting bench. How dare you? And then if we look at the map, so I figure maybe one more down. And then that'll give us 2 or 3 down here. This is taking up a huge amount of space, but these are going to be extremely efficient when it comes to making this stuff. And that efficiency is important, right? Because if I have super efficient clay makers, then I can have super efficient potters, which will make me pots and keep the clay down, which will be really good. Okay. So then the other thing that I need to look at, and I think I already know the answer to this question, before we get too much farther here and I get into the weeds, something I need to check. We're going to take this. Now I have resource storages over here in literally the middle of nowhere. And so right now, those resource storages shouldn't be interacting with my carpenter. I don't think. Because they're not attached. They're not within the carpenter's radius. So what we're going to look at here is we're going to go to, we have 24 stone, 75 lumber, 45 clay. If I take out one of those stones, okay, I think it's actually working. Yeah. Okay, so these stones up here are counting towards my total resources. So I can use these resources up here for upgrading buildings. I need a carpenter to be able to do that, I think. But I don't necessarily need that carpenter to be near every resource storage, which is kind of a big deal. So the carpenter is only going to need access to resource storages in order to use those storages to make the items inside of their actual structure. Which is fine. So... Oh, I forgot to bring my fucking construction bench. Here's one. Good thing I just got construction benches all over the place. It's very convenient. Okay, so we've got to build all of these. This is going to take a while, but it'll be worth it. But I'm pretty hungry. I need to get something to eat real quick. I'll be right back in just a second, and then we'll chit chat some more about how we're going to kind of set this up. Um, and then we'll get going. Okay, so we're probably going to use roads as a way to prototype this because I can just make X's across here. So if we look, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, plus however big the building is wide, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 more on the other side. So I can actually use roads to prototype those dimensions without actually having to go through and build everything. And that'll allow me to then go and match that prototyping on the other side and make sure that I'm hitting the right spots because I'm coming from the corners in, and I want to make sure that there's room to do stuff like in between with resource management and all kinds of stuff like that. So yeah, let's throw this food inside of us real quick, and then we'll start prototyping. Why this goat gotta fuck with me? That's messed up. All right. Sorry we had to stop and do that, but my tummy was a grumbling. Holy shiznit. All right. So, what I was talking about just a minute ago was that we have the ability to prototype this out using roads. And so actually, I don't think we're going to be able to put one right here. Because this is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it would have to be built right on top of where this thing is. So that's not going to work. Mother Puss Bucket. Gosh darn it. And then if I shift that over, then I gotta shift. I mean, this one's gonna get in the way. Can I like flatten this land? I don't like it. I don't like it one teeny tiny little bit. Because if I shift this over, then the whole thing gets shifted. So if I can't, is it better to just completely not put something in this spot and then keep the uniformity? Or is it better to shift it over? Is there something else we could do inside of this empty space if we didn't have? But then the same thing's going to happen here, right? We're going to have an empty space here. Man, this sucks. How am I supposed to figure this out? This game does not like the idea of uniformity and rows because these structures are really large. Their footprint is pretty massive. They take up a huge amount of space, and so even small little things like this can cause pretty significant issues. And I just don't know what to do about it. I could potentially shift this row to where this little notch right here goes over the top of this. And then I think that'll be enough that I can just shift out and do the next row here. But then when we got down here, we'd still be running into the same problem. And we wouldn't be able to get across this. Which is unfortunate. I don't know what to do. Because that's going to be a recurring theme, right? We're going to hit another snag right here, and then we get another snag right there. So it seems like every time we turn around, we're going to be running into little issues. Hmm. And there's nothing really to fill these gaps with that will have any sort of value. Right? I can't put anything in this empty space. Right? If I made the next one over here, I mean, I guess I could make a road so that you could pass through here, maybe with some carts or something like that. And I could maybe like destroy this so that you could access, and I could destroy that same one on each one so you could access the clay if you needed to for some reason. But you really shouldn't need to access this clay because you're going to have resource storages that are going to, or material storages that are going to be accessible. And so I don't see a reason not to just completely surround these with happiness. Because, I mean, these people are going to be super efficient when I put them in there. It's very irksome. Hmm. I really don't know what to do about that. Sorry, I also haven't had my chat up. While we consider what to do there, let's revisit this over here. Because I kind of want to build something different here to help with the farm. So instead of building those ballistas the way they are, what I would prefer to do is build a ballista. So let's remove building. Oh no, you straight up can't remove these, can you? Let's see, that's got... Can't destroy that chest either. Oh, because it had... Yeah, so I can't damage these. And it actually won't let me destroy them, which is pretty hilarious. Oh, there it goes. Weird. I tried to destroy him yesterday. It didn't work. So, hey. What we're gonna do is we're gonna come right down here and we're gonna place a ballista, like say right here, and then we're gonna place these all the way around it. And I'm gonna leave, okay, actually this is wrong. All right, and then we're gonna leave one side open so that I can get into it. So it's gonna be ballista and then coal traps. And so the reason we're going to do that is because the bird actually attacks the ballistas. So then we're going to take a coal trap here. We're going to do the same thing. And then we're going to put ballista right in the center. And then we're going to put a space so that we can go in there. And then 2 more ballistas. And then that'll give us 4 ballistas and a lot of coal traps. So let's start with that and see how it feels. So I've got 2 per coal trap and 1 per ballista. So I need 4 wood, which is 1 wagon. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 14 times 4 is 56. And 56 divided by 4 is 14. So I need 14 wagons full of coal or full of stone. So let's get 8 wagons. So there's 2. And we'll make 2 trips. Come back over here. Two, 3, 4, 5. And then we've got 6, 7, 8. So we're going to fill up 2 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So that'll get us all the way through all of our ballistas and most of the way through well, halfway through all of our coal traps. We do have to be careful how we set these coal traps up, because they will start damaging as soon as we make them. So We're going to do uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. I am beginning to be under the impression that I did the math wrong. But surely that's not possible. But I think it is. Oh, I put too many. That's what happened. Math was good. My ability to figure out what the hell was going on, not so good. Whoops. Dope. And then we'll fill this bad boy up. We got a bunch of different kinds of arrows here. We're probably just going to go ahead and use flint arrows. Okay. Stop trying to kill the goat. That's interesting. So that's actually really good to know. There is a problem I've been having because I want to completely automate killing this owl. And so I want to break the egg, but I can't. As you can see, the ballista doesn't attack the egg. And so I can't automate that part. And so something I've been trying to figure out is how to trap a creature inside of something and get the ballistas to attack that creature instead. And I think I may have just figured it out. Because if they'll attack creatures that are inside a circle of wagons, creatures don't attack wagons unless they absolutely need to. So I could use wagons as a wall. Sorry, they don't attack wagons unless they're trying to attack you and the wagon gets in the way. So I could use the wagon as a wall and put it in front of a creature. And then put regular walls. Whoops. And then the ballistas will still shoot, but I still think the egg actually breaks their line of sight. So I don't think they'll shoot through the egg. So I probably need to put it like right on a corner or something like that. It's going to be very difficult. You know who I want to play this game? I want to see Captain Fat Dog play this game and see if he can't use some of the defensive stuff to do some cool shit. I don't know if any of y'all have ever played Ark Survival Evolved, but that dude makes some cool shit in that game. It'd be cool to see him do it in this one. So now I just want to check. Let me go ahead and put the other two ballistas in here. Well, no, because I want him to attack specifically one of these two ballistas. So I would just want to see how does that end up doing as far as damage is concerned. Oh yeah, that's fantastic. Look at that. Oh. Okay, he's gonna crash down on the ballista. And now that he's standing, you see he's taking a lot of little hits. Okay. And so then the ballista didn't get, like, blown up. It just stops working. So I have to come over here and repair it. Hey! What's up, friend? Claudius. Who is Claudius? I haven't seen this person before. I don't think. Hang on. I gotta undo my caps lock here. Yeah. So I think that's gonna work out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. And then we can loot that. And then we can break it. Let's go pick us up some more some more stone here. We'll bring it back round. Nice. I'm actually pretty happy with how those little piles work out. Because you can just spin around them like that and get a lot of resources. Don't you do it, Pot Man. I know what you were thinking. I love having random people pop in and help with stuff like this. It's so cool. Okay, dude. You're annoying. Sitting over there grunting. Catching a little lag. Things might be getting a little crazy with the building. I don't know. It's not too bad. It's just small lag spikes every now and then. But not really something I want to have happening, you know? No, I don't think I have any of my effigies or my pot on me. So that's not something we can test again right this moment. But let's go ahead and put some types of arrows in here. Honestly, I kind of want to use... So we're getting a bunch of feathers. And we have a bunch of feathers. So let's make a bunch of lightning arrows. And hopefully, those lightning arrows can keep replenishing themselves. Just by us getting like more and more feathers. Because it just takes a flint arrow, I believe. And some feathers. So let's get all the feathers we can. And we'll get some sticks. And then let's put away, hang on. Put away all this other stuff. I think I got some feathers over here too, maybe. No, maybe not. Put away those. And put away these. So we got 21 feathers. That feels pretty good. And then we'll go make some more arrows. And then we'll get the blacksmith to make us a bunch of lightning arrows. Because they do way more damage. So if you look, a regular flint arrow does 1 damage. But if we come down here and we look at like this fire arrow does 5 damage and then causes burning. Explosive arrow 2 damage and then 5 to 10 bludgeoning and fire damage. Poison arrow 5 damage plus poison. 3 damage on the lightning arrow plus a lightning hit. So lots of extra bonus damage we can be doing. And it just takes flint arrows to do it, which is nice. It's 1 flint arrow and 1 feather makes 20 lightning arrows, which is kind of weird. It should probably be, 20 flint arrows and 20 flint arrows and 1 feather make a lightning arrow, but whatever. 1 stack of arrows should be enough to keep us going here. Whoops. Wrong one. Do I have any feathers in any of these? That's a possibility. Looks like no. Hey, and the bird's back. Oh, I was supposed to go... Yeah, see, so this would actually work pretty well. Because they keep hitting all of my carts. So I'm fairly certain that that would work. To get them to shoot at an enemy. Which is really cool. Severus. Severus has arrived in the city. When the lights go down in the city. All right, we're going to go down here to our lightning arrows. Going to put that bad boy on repeat. And then we just got to throw some wood in the furnace. Get that forge lit up. Nice. And let's see. Yeah, so this is going to finish. I want to make sure. I'm pretty sure we get 20 arrows. But I'm actually not 100%. Yes, 20 arrows. Perfect. We're going to let that run for a bit, and then we're going to go put lightning arrows in all those things. And we're going to go just fuck that owl up. It's going to be awesome. Very excited about it. Okay, that's nice. We could probably do quite a bit more over there. We could put some more ballistas. Um, there's a couple of issues that I have with making this sort of as efficient as possible. Number one, I can't decide what the bird attacks. If I could just get the bird to attack one of these ballistas and just surround it with these fire pits and then just lay out a ton of other ballistas that don't need the fire around them, then that would be peak, right? But unfortunately, I don't have any control over which ballista the bird decides to attack. The only control I really have is keeping them separated enough that the bird isn't going to kill more than one of them at a time. Something I am noticing, actually, just now, though, is that these fire coal pits don't appear to have hit points. So I don't even think the bird can kill these. So it might be worth it just to create one ballista. And then just even more fire pits. And then it'll just always attack that one ballista. And that could be interesting. Not 100% on that. That was pretty funny. I didn't realize the arrows don't attack potmen. I guess because they're non-aggressive. So the ballistas don't see them as a threat and don't kill them. That's frightening. The potmen are like the biggest threat. Oh shit, Almanzar's still here. I didn't even notice. I thought he had left. I love that there's people just running around, playing, having a good time, enjoying themselves, sharing resources, using all this stuff together, making cool cities. I mean, we've got so many cities now. We've got Claudius is building something up here. Oh, dope. We've got Faccio has built 2 cities. He's got a desert and a forest city. We got Claudius building something up here. We got Almanzar way up here. I don't even know what he's doing. Beating dungeons, I guess. That's cool. Just doing some exploring. I love to see it. We've got another city all the way down in the corner over here. Let's go see what Claudius is up to. They're the ones that built this Trigolo. We got a watermill going in. We got a pottery spot going in. We got resources. They've already got the whole thing walled in, which is super cool. Got themselves protected so they can just build away over here. Looks like they're going to build tons of these. These are great. I do still think that it's probably best to put ballistas behind these. So like put wall ballista fire trap is probably your best defensive line. It honestly might even be worth it to put fire traps in front of your doors and then just dash across them. You're still going to take some damage, but it means everything is defended. But I think this is going to be a cool little city here. Got the blacksmith going over here, got a quarry. I love that it's built up against this black rock. I think that looks great. Got a nice road in here. Doing a good job. Way to go, Claudius. Look at all this wood you got. Oh my goodness. So jelly. Yeah, this is real cool. I like it. Ooh. Spooky. Good jobba. So real quickly, something I kind of want to do is I want to see what is the viability of creating a new world to go farm things like recipes and stuff. Um, so we're gonna take an antidote because that's all I have is one. And we're gonna put away some of this stuff. We're gonna take a bunch of food and potions and all that, and then we're gonna leave. Right? We're gonna disconnect from this structure or this world, and then we're gonna go build a single player world. So we'll go to single player. We'll hit up. We're gonna choose survival hermit, and then instead of going to the mountaintop, which is a world that, well, I guess since this one's already created, this is a world that me and Greed were already playing in. But because it was hosted on my computer that I'm playing on, it wasn't really a viable option for being the persistent server. So we had to restart, basically. But because of that, We didn't get very far into the desert on this playthrough. So all of the desert should be available for pilfering. So we're going to go in there and we're going to go pilfer. Honestly, there still might be resources and stuff in here that could have some value. We want that cheese. Cheese is a finite resource. And that coal. More coal. Nice. Yeah, so this is just that little solo or two-player world that we were on. And we only played it for, 7 or 8 hours. But we get to bring our whole character and our whole inventory. They did a really good job. I don't know if it was foresight or if it was just accidental that they set things up so that the characters and the worlds save separately. But the fact that that's how this works means that your ability to move between worlds and stuff is really, really good. This world is super laggy. What is going on? Maybe it's still loading or something, but it's gonna give me motion sickness. This looks awful. There's not anything like crazy built in here or anything like that. We put another city down here. This is where we were making bronze. But oh my god, this looks like trash. It's so jumpy. I hate it. It's probably just still, kind of loading in and stuff, so it'll probably clean up. If it doesn't, then we'll just go back to the other world, and that'll be fine. But this looks like doo-doo. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to play like this. It's hurting my head. So yeah, all we're really looking for is... Oh, missed the dungeon. Ah, it's under here. Oh, this is, interesting. So this is really cool, and this is something y'all are going to want to watch. This particular dungeon has an interesting secret, and that is there's a room over there that you can't seem to get to. And so, if you look right here, you kind of see a gap, especially as you walk past it. Right, it kind of lights up that spot and lets you know, oh, there's a gap there. And so that pillar is kind of the thing that tells you where that is. And then you walk over here and you line up, and you should be able to just boop right up in there. Booyah. Gotta love those secrets. Sorry. Something is up with my computer. It's being a pain in the ass right now. Pretty much happens at the same time every day. It's like a scheduled something or other that is probably triggered to like do like a security sweep or something, and it lags out my shit and breaks everything. I just need to go into my hey, made it out. Already. And then there's like a whole dungeon back here on top of... Oh. Snakes. Hey, got those bone splints. Okay, so they come from those structures. That's cool. I was having a lot of trouble trying to find bone splints earlier. We definitely want those. Want all that. Nice. Yeah, this is looking... My computer is not enjoying trying to run this game while I'm streaming. It was much happier when somebody else was hosting the instance. So I think we might just be going back to the regular world instead of coming out here and... Hey, a couple of wines. Leave it to the satyrs to be drinking wine. We want these, want them antidotes, give me them copper bars. Yeah, that stuff's all pretty good. Can't break that. Nobody in these. All right, I think that's everything. But yeah, we're going to go back to the other world because that's being a little laggy. That is difficult to watch. I do like how easy it feels to switch worlds, though. I do have a little bit of trouble the first time or two trying to connect to this other world. it just has a tendency to like kick me the first couple of times. And it actually looks like my game is going to crash here. This isn't really an issue with the game itself. It's more an issue with my computer. So I'm going to put you all on the Be Back Soon screen here for a second. And just in case it kicks me. And we'll see if we can't get logged back in here. Oh, there we go. Worked just fine. Cool, cool. We'll take you all off that screen then. A raid is approaching. Where's the raid approaching from? Old Piltover from the northeast. Teleport to Old Piltover. And away we go. Oh, northeast is actually this way. What you nerds think you got? Get wrecked. Oh, I'm poisoned. I love massacring all of the enemies. Oh yeah, big dude. Get knocked away with my 1000% knockback. What's up? What do you think you're gonna do? Look at all that gory mess. Look at all that gory mess, and look at how smooth the game is still running for me. There was obviously a little bit of hitching and stuff with the enemies, but for the most part, the game is running just fine. And that's normally a really big problem, right? These blood splatters. If you've ever played Path of Exile, you like have to turn that stuff off. Or bad things happen. Ooh, 20 loyalty to Herminius. There's a person named Hilarious. Yo, look at all these loyalty points. This is great. Dolium wine unlocked. Sabinus has died. Who is Sabinus? It's probably somebody up in my city because my people are just like out in the open because of how big my city is. Because it stretches all the way up to here. So the people like wander around through the forest over here. And so they die. I need to go destroy a bunch of this shit. It'll probably make this server run better too. So let's maybe go get some of that done. I think I've got some construction benches up there. Can you rename the peasants? I need to be able to rename them so that I can name them stuff that will tell me, like at a glance, where they are and what job they do when they die. Let's see. We're going to destroy this because I don't need that anymore. And then destroy that. Then we'll move this one. But we'll destroy this one so we can pick it up and take it with us. And then we're going to destroy this. And then... No, and then... I built this crap so far out here. I did this last night while I was just kind of messing around. Hang on. Okay, I thought I saw like some highlight over here. And I was like, ooh, can I maybe do something with that? Would have been sweet. All right. Get rid of this building. Motherfucker. Oops. I accidentally put my crafting bench inside of a wall. And now it's gone. But that's okay. I have another. Apparently I have 2 more. Looks like I left one up here. Destroy that. And then we'll take these 2 crafting benches with us. And away we go. Hey, look, it's a citizen. Come here, citizen. It is time to find your new forever home. Because I care about you. I want you to join the great kingdom of Rome. These zombies at night, dude. What's up? Leave me alone. Oh, this is one of the, like, really strong ones. So when they're kind of lightly colored, they're not nearly as strong. And then when they're, like, super dark, they take a lot more hits. I am not heading back to town. I took a wrong turn in Albuquerque, and now I don't know where I am. There's a random construction bench out here. This is really funny, and this is something that's going to keep being a deal in worlds that have as many people as this one, and that exist for a while. People are just going to start leaving shit all over the place. So you're just going to be like walking through the forest and, oh, what the fuck is this? It's pretty hilarious. Oh, now I've gone above it. Man, I'm having a hard time finding my town. As big as it is, it shouldn't really be a problem. Let's go check. How are the globies coming? I guess the globies aren't really coming. We have all this dough. Where'd all the dough go? They used to be full. I swear to God, somebody's running off with my shit. I swear to God, it's happening. Oh no, here's all the dough. But I still, like, all of my honey is gone. And the honey was supposed to get used to make globies. And I put a mess ton of cheese in there to use to make the globies. And there's no globies. I don't know where the globies went. I've got 16 of them, but there should have been hundreds. I don't know if I accidentally put them in the food storage and maybe the citizens ate them. I suppose that's possible. I don't know. It's fucking crazy. I want to find... I'm really excited for when, like, the markets can level up and stuff to see what sort of other things we might be able to buy. Oh, this is interesting. I didn't realize that they have all of these placeable... Ooh, a recipe for the Cape of the Fallen. I think somebody already unlocked that, though, because I think I saw that at the crafter. That's cool. Let's see. Must be over here. Nope. I could have sworn I saw Cape of the Fallen in here somewhere. Ah, there it is. Cape of the Fallen. Necro resist. Nice. Just bones and wool. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's see. I don't really feel like working towards my goal right now of making all this big city stuff. I'm really disappointed in the fact that some of these like little structures, little stone structures out here are going to get in my way. And so it's making me very sad. And I really don't know what I'm gonna do about it. Other than be sad. So I think instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to some of these repeating dungeons and see if maybe I can die by falling in a hole. But what I want to check. Ooh, yeah, see, this is perfect, Almanzar. Setting up these. You can destroy this road too if you want. I was gonna build it to the other city, and then I didn't. So I don't care if you destroy it. But I'm gonna go out to some dungeons here. And so we're gonna go to these ones that have the spikes around them, because those respawn. Well, this one's got spikes around it, and it didn't respawn. I'm really starting to have trouble figuring out what's going on. Maybe there's a limited number of times they respawn? I don't know. Oh, he's shooting that fireball spell, that's right. I forgot that he had that. That's OP. But let's go in here and see if we can't get... These guys are all lagged up. That's funny. Got a hammer and a spell book. Oh, that was cool. It's nice to be basically invincible. Just run around doing whatever I want, being a jackass. Oh yeah. I got all this knockback. Knock these dudes in this hole. That's hilarious. Come here, dude. Go in the hole. Haha. I mean, you can stay in the corner if you want. That's not going to save you. Instead of going in the hole, you're just going to get murdered. Oh, hey, Claudius has that fire spell too. Nice. Boo-doo-boo. What do we get? A physician's cloak. Meh. Oh, right. We leave this way. Oh, let's go up here. Why is there an exclamation point next to this one? Oh, it's Medusa's lair. That's why, because it's a quest zone. You know, I haven't actually killed Medusa. Let's see if I'm as strong as Nerdface. What's his name was able to kill Medusa in 2 hits before he got turned to stone. So maybe I can too. He got 3 attacks. He just missed one. So even if I can't kill Medusa in 2 hits, I should get 3 attacks. Maybe I can hit her with all 3 of them. And kill her. Because I think you can make something with Medusa's head. Oh shit. I pissed her off. Hey. Got her and we didn't turn to stone. Gotta see if there's any secrets in here. Heck, we might even be able to break these braziers. And maybe learn them. So we can craft them ourselves, but it doesn't look like it. That's too bad. Doesn't look like there's anything in any of these either. Womp womp. Killed Medusa though. Like a badass. Gonna go up here and check this one out. Looks like we've got one right here that hasn't been finished. Ooh. The Maw. Ow. Nerds. Oh, they got a ballista in here, or a catapult in here. That's crazy. Man, I just lit myself on fire. So this could be fun. You could come in here as a team. And like, oh, you actually have to. Oh, so we need this pot. And we actually need another player. Because you can catapult over this wall right here. And then they break the other side, because these, if you step on them, they fall. And so you don't have time to go break that. How many hit points does he have? 250? No way. I can probably get through it like in a couple of goes here. I'll just have to wait for it to respawn. But that's really cool. I really like that they incorporated that. That is pretty fucking crazy. Some of these dungeons are super dope. I mean, we only have 15 unique dungeon layouts right now, I believe. But, I mean, I haven't even seen them all yet, I don't think. And that's just for the demo. I mean, like, we know that everything in the game isn't in the demo. Well, shit. And that's just, we know everything that's in the game already isn't in the demo. That doesn't even include, you know, things that they're still going to work on after launch, or anything like that. Yo, I just yeeted that dude into outer space. That was awesome. Ooh, 2 recipes. Scorpio helmet and Onager stash. Or sash. And then Giant's gloves, throwing attack power, throwing damage. Crazy. And then some Locusta Legatus, that's the bonus armor. Some 10 bars. Nice. This looks like... Nope. It almost looked like it wanted you to be able to go that way. But I was, in fact, wrong. Ooh, is there another Medusa in here? Oh shit, there is another Medusa in here. What in the hell? Dope. Alright. That was cool. I feel very good about that. We now have 2 Medusa heads. We're gonna go ahead and eat these. This game is so much fun. So they've done quite a bit already with procedural generation. One thing I have noticed is that they haven't really expanded that procedural generation into the dungeons and stuff in this game, which is a little bit of a disappointment. And I would like to see them maybe lean into that a little more in the future. Their procedural generation seems to be pretty good. And procedural generation for pretty basic stuff like this, I don't think is terribly difficult. They've done a good job of handcrafting some pretty good like rooms and environments. So I would imagine that there is like some room for... Oh, so check this out. The maw is not grayed out. I missed something. Because once you, like, open and empty all the chests, it turns gray. And I want to make sure that I get the whole thing turned gray. Because I've already gotten quite a few of the resources and stuff in here. So if somebody else comes in here, then they're not necessarily going to get anything. So this says something to me. Right? I don't know where this light is coming from. But it looks like a door. And it says something is here. Even if I don't really know what. Maybe I gotta, like, use Medusa's head or something. I don't want to throw my Medusa head out into the void. But this feels... either it's just something wonky about the light, or there's something here. And I don't know what that could be. Phew. I almost fucked that up. So let's go all the way up. Oh, there's something that I didn't see there. Nope, never mind. This is just slightly darker. Yeah, so I've come all the way up through here. So, I mean, I guess there could be a secret hidden path. I guess there could be a hidden chest. Right, there's lots of stuff to break here. Don't really see anything. We got a lot of rocks, and we've got a catapult. So it's possible there's something to do with the catapult. We got some X's all over the place. We've got fire bombs. We also have a lightning bomb down here. Doesn't really seem to do anything. It's really bright here. Let's go back to the map. Yeah, it's still not grayed out. I am definitely missing something. And I, for the life of me, do not know what it is. Let's go ahead and select this. Oh, there it is. Oh, no. Never mind. That's a place we already got to. There might be somewhere I can shoot myself to. But it doesn't seem like it. I don't know what's up with this light, but it makes me think that there's something going on there. Why can't I take this off? I hope that respawns. Oh, it doesn't quite reach that far. Okay. A new tutorial for smelting ore? What? I've been smelting ore for days, dude. What are you talking about? Honestly, that kind of intrigues me. I need to go see what that tutorial is about. Oh, nothing really. Okay. I wonder why. I'm kind of freaking out here, yo. Like, I don't see anything anywhere that I might be missing. But I don't want to leave this for somebody else to have to figure out, because they're going to come in here and they're not going to get very many rewards. And that's poopy. Maybe because the Medusa is here. And because the Medusa can, like, come back. Maybe that's it. I bet you I'm an idiot. I bet you it's one of these. Oh, never mind. Thought maybe there was going to be a hidden chest under one of those. Well, I think we just have to accept the fact that I'm never going to be able to figure this out. Yeah, doesn't look like there's anywhere to go there. Weird. These two don't have faces. Nothing. This still looks like a door to me. There's nothing to read. Where is this light source coming from? Okay. I think I give up. I don't want to give up. But I don't think I have a choice. I don't think I was ever going to figure that out. I'm not even entirely sure that there's anything to figure out. All right. We made it without getting killed, though. And I got to admit, that's pretty baller. All right, what's in this one? The Abyss of Fury. So it looks like the repeatable ones have really, really standard layouts. And you can do them a bunch of times to get some pretty basic rewards. Oh shit, sorry. I haven't had anybody chatting in a while, so I haven't been paying attention. Windows did an update and changed my graphic drivers. My whole setup crashed, had to fix it. Oh, that sucks, Chris. I'm so sorry. And I'm sorry that I didn't respond to you. I've been like in the zone over here. I got stuck in that last dungeon. I couldn't figure out how to get everything in it. It was pissing me off. I put all my brain power into it, and it still defeated me. But I think we'll be able to make it through this one. No problemo. Just killing a bunch of people. Hey, look at that. It's a person. Another physician's cloak, which I don't actually think I need. So we'll just drop that on the ground. Looks like this is a repeatable one. Yes, it is. This is the one I was just in. So let's go over here to the bandit pit. I don't think I've ever been in a bandit pit before. What's this one over here? Ancient prison. Ooh. There's a lot of variety in this game. I'm pretty strong, and so fighting a lot of these dungeons um, is fairly easy. But I like seeing the layouts. There's a lot of like cool. Oh, it's probably underneath something. Maybe over here. C'est voila. I am definitely gonna need a rock. And I'm definitely gonna need to throw it. Perfect. Yo, this is fun. Ah, and then I have to take the rock off so that I can click that. Nope. We have to throw the rock at a diagonal. Oh, I did have to take the rock off, so I can use one rock to do this whole thing. Hey, what's up, Saganist? This game is called Romestead. It is in demo right now. But it is a survival crafting bullet hell ARPG. They just picked up my stone over there. What are these nerds doing? And I can't even get over there. So I need to kill all of them. Oh, except I gotta get out. Hang on. Step on that. Come on. Okay. So I need an arrow. And when that guy goes on top of that, I actually have to kill him. Or I'm fucked. Oh, you little shit. Oh, no. Oh, the people who make this game are a bunch of wieners. Oh, I hate you. How am I supposed to do this now? I guess I wait. It looks like there may be spawning potmen back there. So I guess I wait until one of them opens the door and I walk through here. I hope. I don't know. My notifications aren't working right now. I'm so sorry. Whoever it was who followed or subscribed or whatever it is you did, I really appreciate it. I wish that I actually got to see what it was. I'll have to figure out. I don't know why my notifications are broken, but I'll figure it out. Yeah, stay on there. No, you suck. Painterly Canuck just subbed. Okay. Nice, thank you. I appreciate it. Ah. No. A bunch of freaking lemmings, dude. What are you doing? Yeah, we made it. Oh, the whole time I could have just thrown this switch when I was down here before. I'm just a moron. Got it. This is exactly like a lot of the puzzles in the original like Zelda Link to the Past. You can even see some of the like hats and stuff you wear bounce in a very similar way to Zelda's cap in Link to the Past. It's got a lot of visual influence from games like that, games like Tactics Ogre and Final Fantasy Tactics, and a lot of those old SNES turn-based and tactics RPGs. Um, and then it's got a lot of gameplay influence from games like Terraria and bullet hell games like Vampire Survivors or Binding of Isaac or stuff like that. And then it's got a lot of city management and city building aspects. Um, so like I'm building. So this is the map, and it's massive, and it's a multiplayer game. There's actually 2 other people in the world with me right now. You're going to try the new Core Keeper update. I've never actually played Core Keeper, so probably not. I'm pretty focused on this game right now. It's really good. But we're building up a bunch of cities and stuff. And so there's a couple of people. Where's Albus? I see Claudius. Don't know. It's similar to Romestead. Is it really? I had never seen a game like this before. I didn't know that Core Keeper had similar gameplay. Core Keeper is like top-down Terraria. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so I've played, what's the game? Ensis or Nekis or however you pronounce that game. And so it's got a similar kind of a vibe. But I much prefer the overall art style of this game to that. This is much easier to see. I like the larger character models. It just feels better to play. Pixel art in Romestead is, yeah, it's super good. Super good. I also like that I don't have to build my own buildings and I just have to do the layout for my town. Because, for people who have like watched me play Once Human and different games like that, I have a really hard time making interesting buildings. I tend to just make squares or cubes. And sometimes I don't even make a whole building. I just like lay a slab of rock down and then call it good. So I like that the structures are already made here and I can just do my layout and not have to worry too much. But I have been in love with this game. There's a couple of things about this game that it takes from Terraria specifically that I think are going to be really important. And that is lots of bosses and lots of extremely unique gear that I can use. And I think that's going to make the game just infinitely more fun than a lot of similar games. Yeah, Once Human, I just made a cube tower. Everything is super compressed for sake of efficiency. Yeah, and I did I didn't even make towers. I just made slabs on the ground and then just mashed everything into a slab. Because that's the kind of man I am. That's actually the game that this channel started on. That was the first ever game that I streamed. I don't understand. Why didn't this one gray out either? Do I need to kill the last 2 enemies? Is that our problem here? I just don't want people trying to go in a dungeon that I've already cleared. Can we just make that happen? No? Okay. I'll just go fuck myself then. Thanks. It doesn't look like anybody's come out this way because I don't see any dungeon. Oh, yep, like here's a dungeon. So we all sort of share a map a little bit. So there are some areas of the map that you can see that I've never personally explored. But there are ghosted out dungeons, like over here especially. And that's because other people that I'm playing with have actually gone and cleared those dungeons. And so they're grayed out for me, so I know like, oh, okay, that's already done. Which really helps when I'm looking to go do some scouting or something. So I don't end up going and just doing the same shit that somebody else has already done. But these dungeons, especially out here in the desert, get pretty interesting. I'm really excited to see maybe how big they get in the future. You know, right now we're playing a pretty early set of regions of biomes. And so everything's kind of smaller, everything's a little more compact, everything's a little more manageable. Instead of having, you know, like big... Oh. Had a little bit of a lag spike there. But instead of having like really, really huge dungeons, we get, you know, a little dungeon with a couple of cool... Yeah, no, they did a fantastic job. Some of the dungeons have some really repetitive aspects, but they're designed to, because they're just repetitive dungeons that you're supposed to be able to go in over and over again. But then the ones that are like really handcrafted sort of one-offs look really nice. Where's the key? There it is. And they've had some interesting... There's a dungeon that I was in just a little while ago that had a Medusa in it. There was a catapult inside. And then there was a bridge that collapses when you walk on it. And then there was a wall of breakable structures on the other side. But it had too many hit points to break before you fell in the hole. So you had to put a pot inside the catapult. And then a person got in the pot. And then you catapulted one player. So you needed 2 players. And then you could catapult one player over onto the other side, over the wall. And then they could break the wall, and then you could run across. And I thought that was super cool. Hey, another recipe. That's the Mirage Cowl. Nice. A sinew bowstring is a trinket, 10% range damage. And a scroll of Vulcan. Hey, another flaming scroll. Nice. I'm actually pretty happy to have another one of those. Let's throw some of this stuff out of our inventory. So now we've got another assassin scroll and another Vulcan scroll. And then we've got another piece of the Mirage set, which is cool. And so those recipes, again, for anybody who hasn't been here, those recipes are universal for everybody in the server. So now you just go to the leather worker or the blacksmith or whoever has the ability to make that recipe. And because I unlocked it on this server, everybody on this server can access it and make those sets. And then those sets can be made at different rarities. So you could get like a masterwork Mirage Cowl or a legendary Mirage Cowl, and it'll have a bunch of extra stats on top of whatever its regular stats are. What's up, Almanzar? Oh, here's a dungeon. Oh, that's right. You get the stun bonker, don't you? The Sunken Ruins. Hot man. Oh, this is the one where you need 3 people. Bummer. Oh, wait, don't break it. Fuck. We could have used the pots. We didn't actually need 3 people. Because you could just put the pots on the... But we'll come back. The pots will respawn. Do you know how to reclaim the red tent once it's placed on the ground? Yeah, if you press R, it'll give you the repair break furniture. And then you should just be able to attack it until it breaks. Dungeon. The Crypt of Mourning. Oh, this is one of those repetitive dungeons, and it's already been done. I have 1000% knockback. So when I hit things, they fly. Fallen barracks. Nice. Nerd. Ooh, this is like a really big one. Bet you we get some good stuff in here. Let's see. I don't know what was supposed to happen there. I feel like it was trying to tell us something, though. Yo, this is like a massive dungeon. Holy shit. Oh, this one's gonna be a rough room. Maybe not. If I wasn't the strongest motherfucker on earth. Ooh, 2 recipes. Onager sandals and Scorpio breastplate. Nice. Let's pick up those recipes and eat them. And then the rest of this stuff is just more resources. But now we've got 2 Onager pieces. We've got 3 Scorpio pieces, and we've got 2 Mirage pieces. So that's really cool. We need 1 more Onager piece and 1 more Mirage piece. And I think we'll have every gear set that's out in the every gear set that's out in the demo. And then we'll definitely want to make those. We'll probably want to try and get some legendaries of each of those. Whoops. Ooh, that was close. I mean, I guess I could just dash and get out, but it's not the way you're supposed to do it. Some potions. Hey, an antidote. There we go. Let's drop that. Let's drop the bones. Let's drop that hosta. Those. Some flints. Okay. Almanzar, no, you perished. Ba-ba-bum. Ba-da-da-da-dum-bum. Ba-ba-bum. Ooh, ouch. All right. Do you want me to get all your stuff there, Almanzar? Or are you going to come back for it? Because I'll drop your grappling hook here. If you're coming back. Oh, it follows me. Well, that guy is angry. What is this? I don't understand. It's not giving me any information. Do I need to put a fire down? Maybe we'll get some information later. This dungeon is fucking massive. Oh, that's not the right one. Nope. This is very reminiscent of Link to the Past 2. Hit the wrong button, bombs fall out of the sky. Okay. Nope. Look at all the bomb debris. That's awesome. Hey, got a chest. Let's see. Get that. Drop that shit on the ground. Oh, can't break that. Can't break that. Okay. God, this place is massive. Okay, so this is just the other way from there. That's the way out. So we've come kind of full circle. So we want to go out that way. And then we're still missing a room somewhere over this way. So we're going to need to figure that out. Oh, and then this is just right back over. So, except for whatever this puzzle is over here, we've cleared this out. So now we just need to figure out... Right, we've been in this room. Yeah, we have. Oh, there's not a puzzle. Or not a... We just go this way. Oh, no. Already went up there. What am I missing? There's definitely supposed to be a puzzle here. Because we saw the little lights. How do I trigger the lights? Oh, can you actually break that? Holy shit. Nice. Good job. Too bad it didn't give you anything. That's kind of bullshit. Are you not getting your stuff there, Almanzar? Just gonna leave it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. Are you gonna get your stuff? Goofy ass. Alright, let's go find another dungeon. We got another couple of recipes here, which will make for a nice fun day of making stuff and seeing, you know, what kind of builds become viable and available to us. That onager stuff is bronze gear. So I'm just wearing regular bronze right now with one tectonic piece. So I'll be really excited to fill out that onager set and get like a full legendary. Let's see. Ooh, 12 efficiency with bonus experience gain. Nice. I love that they take carts. Die, Goofy. There's always lots and lots of dungeons in this game. So you just gotta walk around a little. This is one of the repetitive ones. Probably won't give us any recipes. So we're not even gonna go in there and check. We're just gonna keep walking around. That's another one of the repetitive ones. It's got the little star around it. So probably not going to give us any recipes. Oh, something cool here. There's a chest inside of there. You can see it kind of poking out or whatever. It probably won't give us any recipes or anything. But it could. Some linen. Nice. Big potions. Not bad. Ooh, there's a lyre. Make some sweet, sweet music. I know it's annoying to have the map up like this, but I kind of need to see where I've been and where I'm going. Where are you going? Where you are is where I wanna be. Come on, give me some more dungeons. I've been in both of these. I can't believe that they're not grayed out. That's kind of annoying, if I'm being honest. Because I don't want to end up going back into the same dungeons, you know? There's no value in that. Gotta explore, though. Annoying nerds. What was that sound? Okay. Where's my dungeons? I was popping into dungeons every half a second just a minute ago. Wait. Did I just walk past one and not go in it? I definitely think I just walked past one and didn't go in it. Like a jackwagon. Yep. Oop. I've been in this layout a couple of times. And right here is a secret. Again, very reminiscent of A Link to the Past. Those invisible pathways. I like them very much. It's really cool. And then we get another person. Oop. And more of that, more of that, more of that. Boop. Dope. All right. This is probably going to be a chest full of snakes. I just got, like, murdered by a couple of ballistas. That was unfun. This is great. This is going to give me some of these bone splints, or bone splinters, or whatever they are. Throw that out, throw that out, throw that out, throw that out. We need the coal, we don't need the planks, we don't need the table. We don't really need the bones, but we're going to end up picking up more anyway. Okay. Sure, 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 sure. No. No. Owie. We got some leg. Nerds. More bone splinters. Nerd. 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 Hey, antidote, baby. That's what I'm talking about. All right. I'm pretty sure that's all of that building. So let's go home. Or not home. Let's go out. And then let's go find another building to go in. I'm a little sad that I didn't get any new dope recipes. I just need the one more. I think it's the Onager chest is the last piece that I don't have of that set. And I really want that one because I want to equip it for myself. So, that's another repeating chest or a repeating dungeon. So I don't think it has recipes in it. Oop, there's another free chest. So that's hidden under the sand. Sometimes you can get like packs of scorpions out of those. So you do have to be a little bit careful. You don't want to pop a bunch of scorpions on yourself if you're not semi-ready. I feel like this one, yeah, this is the bandit. Okay, we've already been in there. I guess it's been a while. We could go back and see if maybe it's respawned or something. Maybe that's why it didn't disappear. Those two rocks respawned. That chest looks like it might have respawned. Hang on, are we gonna get the ability to farm these things? Is that happening? So something they did really well in this game that I'm actually really happy about is they did a good job, you jerk. They did a good job of setting it up so that you throw in the direction of your cursor. Okay, so it just looked like. But regardless of where you're facing, you throw in the direction of your cursor. And that makes it much, much easier to interact with little puzzles like that without having too much difficulty. And I really appreciate that. That is a good thing to have gotten right. Come on, game. Just a couple more dungeons. I don't need too many. One or two, and I'll probably get the rest of my recipes. I wonder if I can't get repeats of recipes. So, because I've unlocked some certain recipes in this world, I wonder if maybe it's impossible for me to get them again. And so if I went to another world in search of the recipes, scorpions, that I hadn't gotten yet, I wonder if I would end up getting a bunch of duplicates, or exactly how that is tracked. Oh no. It's totally fine. Just attack me like a jackass. I've already been in there. There's a chest right there. Feel like we might as well go get that chest. I don't think we're gonna get any recipes from it. And that really is, I mean, the entire focus of what I'm doing right now is just about getting recipes. But, I mean, it's right here. Dude, this bird's an asshole. I hit things too far with my knockback sometimes. And then I can't hit them again. And so they're not dead. And that makes me sad. I actually probably don't want all of this knockback. It's funny, and I've been enjoying it, but it's not actually practical. And it's honestly probably doing me more harm than good. Like, I just yeeted those two into next week. They're not dead. They just are gone. Ooh, things are getting a little laggy. Just a little bit. It's not having too major an impact on our gameplay. So it's not really a big deal. Let's go further out this way. I kind of thought that maybe I was getting into another biome over here, but maybe not. Let's go check out this way. Okay, dude. I'm just leaving. I don't actually need to kill them. They're weak. I'm strong. We are definitely gonna do a hardcore run of this game. For sure. Hopefully, the demo gets extended, because I don't think I'm going to be able to compete in the city building contest and do like a hardcore run and do like, you know, death equals delete on the character, which I think will be super fun. I found some pretty interesting ways to fight some of the bosses. And honestly, you can even just do this in the open world. So we might do some kind of interesting stuff with like ballistas and stuff like that. And always carrying around a construction structure with us, a construction bench. So we can build things wherever we are. Oh, there's a dude with a fire spell. Yo, that's a big ugly. Get wrecked. How do you like them apples? Let's get that gland. That is just like the plains, regular plains biome. We got a hidden chest right here. Boom shakalaka. I don't even know what this banner is for. Dump that. Dump those bones. Dump that. Feels good. Let's fill in this little hole right here. Just in case there's something. Doesn't look like there is. Already opened that. That's just one of those repeatable dungeons. I just ran into a poison plant because I'm stupid. Well, that's pretty much that whole area. There's a little patch up here that I've missed. But let's go run around in this big central area. We got a lot of ground to cover over here. Hey, there's a dungeon. Hey, it's another bandit pit. Nice. I honestly really like this one. It's a really cool dungeon. Booyah. Oh shit. Sometimes I'm just not paying attention. Alright. Don't take my shit. Alright, what do we get? Ooh, Fool's Gold. 8% crit chance. That's one I've never gotten. I know that some people on the server have gotten that one, but I've never gotten that one. That's exciting. Nothing like getting some stuff you haven't gotten before. All right, there's another one. I'm worried that you have to get like super close to these for them to show up on your map. And I actually think it's possible that I have missed some of them because I've been looking too closely at the map and not looking close enough at the world around me. The map is totally just covering up everything now. It wasn't such a big deal when the map was mostly empty. But now that I've filled a bunch of it up, it all kind of gets in the way. And I'm starting to feel like maybe this isn't going as well with the map on. Okay. If all of you want to die, that's fine, I guess. Running around in the desert. Oh, there's a dungeon. Let this be the one. Come on, baby. You know you want to give me what I want. Oh, it's one of these. Nice. Whoa. Oh, shit. That was close. Okay. Boom shakalaka. Boop, 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 boop. Unfortunately, no. That one's not grayed out either. It's starting to bother me. I wonder if it's maybe because I'm leaving some things, like, on the ground because I don't want them. Or don't care about them. I wonder if I have to take everything out of the dungeon in order for it to gray out. I just don't know. Send to town. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Ooh, is that? Nope, that's tin. I was like, ooh, is that iron? Really? There's another repeatable dungeon. Okay, well, it looks like we cleared that whole spot. Instead of just continuing to run around looking for dungeons, I want to go craft some of these pieces real quick because they're interesting and I want to see what happens. So we're going to run back to town here real quick. Already been in there. Bummer. And we're going to see if we can't... Actually, we're going to run down. The old Nerd Faces base down here. Nope, it'll be faster to just go up here and teleport. Never mind. But look at how much desert we still have to explore. To find, you know, more dungeons and stuff to go in. So that we can get, you know, some more recipes. It's possible that I haven't even found, like a start to all this stuff. Or all of the different gear sets. It's possible that there are whole gear sets that I haven't even seen a single piece of yet. And so that'll be really cool, I hope. that that is true, because I would love to get to make some more gear sets. But we're going to go in here, we're going to look at this dude, and hopefully he has, yes, Onager. So the Onager sash, okay, that's the chest piece. So I'm just missing the Onager helmet. It's a throwing damage equipment. That's interesting. So we would need to make bronze chest pieces to go with this. Now this is 8 armor, 10 health with throwing damage bonuses. And what's the regular bronze chest piece? Is 9 armor, 10 health with 3 melee damage. So that's crazy. It actually has 1 more armor. I guess this is more damage. That's pretty significant, actually. Same amount of health, lose 1 armor, get a lot more damage. A lot more damage. Well, let's go ahead. Let's, we're going to take this piece. Nope. Let's go put stuff in here. Nice. So let's make one of these Onager sashes. Actually, we can make 2. Oh, it needs linen. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so we'll make one of those. It is stopped because it doesn't have any fuel, but I have some coal. Because I always pick up coal, because it's like the most important resource in the whole fucking game. Give me a legendary. First try, right out of the gate. Nope. Hardened. Okay, so we get minus... All we got was minus 2% energy regen. That's garbage. Oh, I guess we got 1 more armor as well. That's hilarious. So that's bad. We need more linen. I imagine the linen is at the leather worker. I think that's where I put it. Linen's really easy to come by. So not bad at all to get more linen. But let's run up over here. And let's check in here. Nope. Let's check in here. Yeah, 11 more linen. I think it takes 8 to make one of those. So I think we should be good. So we'll hit the teleport. We'll go over to Facio's. And we'll hit us up. Another one of these Onager sashes. Hit me with your best shot, baby. Give me that legendary. Show me what the good is. If I gotta go farm more linen, well, I'm gonna fight you. Damn it. Be pristine at least. Ooh, masterwork. Okay. So here we go. We got masterwork. which gave us the bonus energy regen and then the resistances. And so if we got pristine, we'd probably get like 2 regen and 5% resistances or 2% resistances. And then if we get legendary, or maybe it'll go straight to legendary from masterwork, I don't know. But we'll probably get those same stats with slightly higher numbers. So like 2 regen, 1% slash, 1% pierce, 1% bludgeon, which is pretty close to what I have. Yeah, so here we go. I got 2% energy slash pierce bludgeon resist. So there is one sort of alternative, which is 1 more armor reduced to energy regeneration, or you get the masterwork or legendary that gives all these other stats but doesn't give you that bonus armor. But that's cool. I mean, I really like the idea of this Onager Sash. I like the idea of recipe sets that you can go out and look for and do all that stuff. So super cool. That stuff is really build enabling. We've got, so that's a throwing thing, right? So I want to go check out some skills and stuff here. And let's go look at throwing. Thrown objects have a chance to stun enemies. Plus 100% on throwing attack power bonuses. Throwing power bonus. Hooks have 20% speed and range. So this is important because this allows you to like hook in throwables. And then attaching hooks, you can now hold the hook button to attach the hook to an object, then throw it instantly by flicking your aim. Ooh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. There's so much cool shit. We're going to get that attack range. And then we're probably going to come down this way and get this bonus attack speed here. And then don't really need the knockback. Throwing attack power, 20% speed. Piercing damage, luck. So much cool shit. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll be getting more and more of these as we go. Let's maybe look into this throne thing, though. That's an interesting combat style. So we'll want to make like some pylums and stuff like that. And then get ourselves a good hook and have some fun. But yeah, I think that's probably going to be it as far as the stream is concerned. So thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate it. We had another really great stream today. Tons of viewership. Really, really feels good. So thank you all for coming. I appreciate anybody who's subbed or followed on YouTube or Twitch. I really appreciate that. So yeah, I hope everybody has a great rest of their day. And I will be back again tomorrow at the regular time.